Alright, welcome back everyone. Bienvenidos a todos. Hoy es el día número 39. It is day 39. Let's get right into it. What was yesterday like? Talk about interest. Okay. So we got... Oops. We got interesar. Interesar. Right. Interest. Asignaturas. Ora. Asignatura. Arte. Europeo. Pintora. Foto. La foto. O fotografía. Something else to be interested in. Gotta add. Sale. We get any more verbs or a location? Not particularly. I don't think we got that many yesterday. Maybe like eight terms. I don't remember the other two. Go around. So hookah. Right, hugad. Oh. Yeah. Basketball. Tennis. 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 Hmm. Football. Baseball. No new sports. Correr. Caminar. Nadar. No. No, okay. What other interest? Eating? Comer? Their food. No. Things that describe art. Moderno. There's the Europeo. Americana. Maybe describe painting. No. Interesante, diferentes. Bonito. Dibujar. Music? Música. No. No new instruments. No, I think that's it. I mean, I can't think of much more, really. Do we count anything? No, no counting. Interests like weather? No weather stuff. Travel? Tarbahad? Not Tarbahad. Bisitad or Biehad. Traveling to países, ciudades. No, yeah, I think we didn't really learn lots of conjugation. ¿Cuáles turned out? I think ¿cuáles has a nod for here. ¿Cuáles? Okay. All right, so let's go over our pods. Maybe I can remember something from our pods. Let's see. What was yesterday's pod? So, the first pod is art gallery conversation, which, not surprise, was indeed Lucy. And largely, it was two people talking about art they like, or what kind of art, types of art, and using descriptors. I went through most of the descriptors already. And of course, Lucy would say, well, art has been used for secrets before, you know, it's not the first time. So that one is we already covered art. Yep. What else we got? Museums and paintings. We have paintings. And museum. Museum was a repeat. Our pod 2. Museums and painting. Which sure enough, paintings. Sure enough, that's Lily. And these peeps were talking about going to museum. Together to check out paintings and photos. Yep. So yeah, museums. So museums, not so riveting, right? Not so riveting to Lily. Pod 3 was practice tennis or something. Daily tennis, which sure enough lands on Lynn's side of things. And they use frequency words, basically practice. Oh, I think practicad is definitely one of them. One of the new words. Practicad. Anything else? They practice daily, and then when they're done, they go and watch partidos, right? Partidos. And chill out at a cafe. And Lynn's like, practice lounging. That's the life, right? Practice lounging on one's couch. That's how it do be like. Save us the trouble. What was the adventure? Oh, the adventure was interesting. The quest for karaoke. It had a new location. So the adventure. The quest for karaoke. So we got this. And now we're in the streets. So like there's sidewalk. And Eddie is just chilling here. He has like a stand. Right, he has a stand right here. Motorcycle. I don't really know how to do that, but motorcycle. Lynn is chilling by her motorcycle, and then we have a bus stop here, which Lily is chilling by the bus stop, and there's like a wall with some like graffiti and a bench. It was pretty cool. And then there's like a traffic light, and then your Lucy. And the story was kind of weird. So Lucy went, of course, you go to Lynn and ask, hey, do you want to go in? There was a lot of vocabulary words in it that I'm not too familiar. In context, it makes sense. But so Lucy basically asked Lynn, hey, do you want to come along to go and hit the karaoke, right? Hit the karaoke. And Lynn was like, nah, my throat hurts. Okay. I'm sick today, so maybe not. And this is where it got really funny. So then you go to Eddie, and Eddie's like, hey, do you want a protein shake? A protein shake was pretty funny. I was like, wait, is that a smoothie? Oh, protein smoothie? Like what is that? And then like, hey, it's a smoothie. And Lucy's like, so I want someone to go karaoke with me. And Eddie's like, oh, sorry, no, I have to work today. And Lucy's like, does your protein smoothie help with sore throats? Or like Eddie asks, why don't you go ask Lynn? And Lucy's like, her voice, her throat hurts. And she asks Eddie, does your protein smoothie help with health, you know, like recovery? And then he's like, nah, it's absolutely terrible. That caught me off guard, but it was pretty funny. So then it's like, okay, Eddie's a bust. So then you walk all the way up here to Lily, and Lucy's like, hey, what you doing? And Lily's like, I'm waiting for the bus. Are you waiting for the bus? And Lucy's, no, I'm looking for someone to chill and karaoke. And Lily's like, nah, like what I'm not interested, right? Not interested. And why don't you go ask Lynn? And oh no, Lily is looking. Lily has gotten medicine. She's about to go back to give Zadi medicine because Zadi's sick. So Lucy asks, oh okay, Lily says, why don't you go ask Lynn? And Lucy's like, oh yeah, Lynn is also sick and her throat hurts. And Lily's like, oh, you know what? I have this medicine. You can have some. I'm like, wait, how does that work? So you get the medicine and you basically come down here to Lynn again. And Lynn's like, oh yeah, thanks. And then takes it and it's like, I'm okay. And then let's just go karaoke. It's like, you know, all right. It feels like a really weird video gaming thing. But yes, that's how life works. You take medicine, you feel good. And there you go. That's how it works. All right. Now I'm really curious what other vocabulary words. But okay, esto is a repeat. I don't know why that's up here. Partidos, fiestas, radio. Oh, grupo. Okay. Let's go. Preferir. Oh, preferir is kind of important. And that's it. So we have preferir is important. It was used more as an adjective. And then radio and grupo. Okay. So 3. That's okay. Okie dokie. Alright, let's see what we have for today. Say what you can do. Is this a new tense? kind of. I could see it going two ways. Let's see what they do. Oh, okay. They went the verb direction. Pedro, ¿sabes nadar? Yeah, do you know how to saber? No entiendo estas palabras en francés. Palabras, words. ¿Cómo se dice? Yep, how to say. ¿Cómo se dice pero en alemán? De verdad, no lo sé. De verdad, no lo sé. De verdad, no lo sé. I really don't know. For real, I don't really know. Mi hijo sabe cocinar bien. Okay. Ellas saben hablar muchas lenguas. Oh, we have lenguas. This is more common than idioma for me. I use lingua more often, but maybe there's a distinction there too. ¿Sabes hablar español? You already saw that conocer means to know a person or a place. Yeah, and then saber, ¿conoces a mi madre? Use saber to talk about knowing information or how to do something. ¿Sabes? ¿Sabes quién vive aquí? Yo sé. Conocer. And then no lo sé. No lo sé. Remember, some words have special, and then yeah, saber. Saber has a special sé. Okay. Alright. So, wasn't doing tenses. Like, I could do this. Like, I may do, like, I'm planning on doing this or something like that. But it's the ability to.
¿Qué quieres saber?
¿Qué quieres saber? Whoops.
¿Cuál es el número del museo? Quiero saber a qué hora abre.
No necesita llamar. No necesitas llamar. El museo abre abre a las 10. Yeah, no need to call. Museum opens at 10.
No sé tu dirección.
No sé tu dirección.
¿Me llamas del aeropuerto?
Sí, pero no sé cuál es tu número. I never leave the house late. Oh, there's a review. Okay.
No, salgo.
Nunca salgo
De casa tarde.
de casa tarde. Eh? Or yeah, because that's movement.
Ella no sabe mi nombre.
Ella no sabe mi nombre.
Yo sé cuándo es la fiesta.
No sé cuándo es la fiesta. ¿Eh? Estoy aquí para el tour.
Tour.
Okay, tour, that actually works. El tour. Pero no sé cuándo empieza. ¿Es a las 4 o a las 5? Yeah.
4. No sé cuándo es el...
No sé cuándo es el concierto.
Necesito una respuesta ahora.
Respuesta. I need answer. Respuesta.
No entendemos estas palabras.
No entendemos estas palabras. Yeah.
Nosotros no sabemos su edad.
Edad. Is that age? Haven't seen edad in a hot minute. Edad? Age, right?
Edad.
No. That works.
Edades.
Edades.
Quiero saber las respuestas. Quiero
Quiero saber.
saber
Quiero saber las
las respuestas.
Re. Oh, I need some time for that. Respuestas. Respuestas.
Quiero saber las respuestas. Palabra.
Palabra. Okay. Listen up here. Yo sé todas las respuestas.
Yo sé todas
Todas
las respuestas.
Respuestas. I want to know the answer. Quiero saber
Saber las respuestas.
They really like that.
Ellos
Ellos
saben
son
las
Oh,
respuestas.
just kidding.
Todas.
Why did I do don't? Alright, so we are conjugating all of saber. And then, yes.
No lo sé.
No lo sé. I was gonna put this or that. No lo sé.
¿Sabes quién vive aquí?
¿Sabes quién vive aquí? Aquí. Okay.
¿Sabes quién quiere?
¿Sabes quién quiere ir a México? Ir a México.
¿Cómo se escribe tu nombre?
¿Cómo se escribe tu nombre?
¿Cómo se escribe esta palabra? ¿Cómo?
¿Cómo es?
¿Cómo se escribe esta palabra? Escribe. Es palabra.
What?
¿Cómo se escribe esta palabra? ¿Cómo se escribe esta palabra?
Oh, you're asking, yeah. You're asking how you write
¿Sabe
it.
usted dónde está Juan?
¿Sabe usted dónde está Juan? Okay. ¿Sabe usted a qué hora empieza? Oh, salimos
Salimos.
a Nueva York.
¿Tú sabes cuándo es la fiesta?
That is disagreeable. That is pretty disagreeable. That's pretty BS right there. Pretty disagreeable.
¿Sabes cuándo es el baile? ¿Sabes? Es el, es el, cuando es el, es.
¿Sabes cuándo?
¿Sabes cuándo es el baile? Es el baile.
Wait, I just realized something. Two things are conjugated next to each other. Oh, okay. That's actually a grammar point. This structure is a grammar point.
¿Sabes cuándo?
¿Sabes cuándo es el concierto?
Sabemos dónde están los niños.
See, they're gonna mark this wrong. We know where the in some structures, which sabemos dónde está el supermercado.
¿Cómo se dice hola en francés?
¿Cómo se dice hola en francés?
No sabemos.
No sabemos dónde está el banco.
Una pregunta. ¿Sabe usted cómo se dice piscina en italiano?
No lo sé, pero sé dónde está la piscina. Alright.
¿Cómo se dice teléfono en francés?
No lo sé, no hablo francés. Okay.
¿Sabes cómo se dice mesa en inglés?
Mes en inglés. Mes. Estoy son... No. Sé cómo se dice, pero no sé cómo escribe. Se escribe. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah.
¿Tú sabes cuándo es la fiesta?
Yeah, I find this incredibly disagreeable.
¿Sabes nadar?
¿Sabes nadar? Excuse me.
Pedro, ¿sabes nadar? Pedro, ¿sabe nadar?
¿Sabes nadar?
¿Sabes nadar bien?
¿Tú sabes manejar?
Manejar. Drive.
No quiero manejar al aeropuerto.
Yo puedo manejar. ¿Cuál es tu dirección?
¿Por qué no nadamos hoy?
¿Por qué no nadamos hoy?
Ella nunca maneja en la ciudad.
Ella nunca maneja en la ciudad. Relatable. Very relatable. Although it's more like usualmente. Nunca. Oh, wait. Hold up. Usually, never. I wonder if you can combine them like that. No maneja, pero quiere ir al aeropuerto. Él necesita taxi o tomar un taxi.
Tomar.
Mamá siempre cocina buena comida.
You know? Our new verb, cocinar. I think cocinar available, yeah.
¿Qué carne sabes cocinar?
¿Qué carnes sabes cocinar? Oh no. What meats? Stretch.
Cocinar.
Rafael.
Rafael, ¿tú cocinas? No, cocinas muy bien. Cocinas. Okay.
Al lado de mi hotel cocinan muy bien las carnes rojas.
Entre. Sí. ¿Dónde me puedo probar la camisa? ¿Por qué no vamos hoy? ¿Cuál es la dirección? Why don't we go today? Yeah. The negation voluntary.
Él nada en la...
Él nada en la piscina todos los días. Él nada. Oh, right. Swim. Forgot.
Las chicas.
Las chicas nadan en la piscina ahora.
Ahora.
Yo, yo sé cómo, no, just yo sé manejar un autobús.
Autobús.
That's interesting. There's a bit of a flex on using como.
Yo
Yo siempre
siempre
manejo a mi trabajo.
trabajo.
Chino.
Chino. Japonés.
¿Sabes leer chino?
¿Sabes leer chino? Interesting. I actually. Why did they choose Chinese and Japanese? This unit. Do you know how to read Chinese? Well, oh, I totally did not click on read.
¿Quién sabe cómo se dice adiós en chino?
I don't know how to make English sentences. ¿Quién sabe cómo se dice adiós en chino? 再见, right? 再见. Creo que Lucy hablar un poco de chino. Oh yeah, Lucy might, because Lucy is quote unquote
¿Sabes hablar
potentially
japonés?
a mix. ¿Sabes hablar japonés? Do you know how to speak Japanese? 少し.
Yo no sé cantar en alemán.
Yo no sé cantar en alemán. Sing, cantar. Duo, hacemos una reserva en el karaoke. I'm guessing it's close to karaoke. Quiero actually.
Karaoke.
Yeah, karaoke. Just same pronunciation rules. Quiero cantar esta noche contigo.
Cantar.
Oscar, of course.
Son mis canciones favoritas.
Canciones. Ooh, canciones, songs. Going straight in for it.
Estamos en la misma estación.
Estamos en la misma estación. In, I guess.
Ellas saben hablar muchas lenguas.
Lenguas. Okay. Oh, they know how to speak. Okay.
Me gusta.
Me gusta aprender lenguas diferentes.
Ustedes cantan en el concierto hoy.
Okay.
Canción.
Hacemos muchas cosas en mi trabajo.
Hacemos muchas cosas en mi trabajo. Chino. Mismas. Sol. Cerrar.
Cantar.
¿Tú cantas con tus amigos? Tú cantas con
con tus
tus
amigos. Yeah, fair enough.
febrero,
Mes.
mes,
Palabra.
carnes,
Carnes. Mismo.
Mi mamá me canta en la noche. Mi mamá. Canta en la noche. Mi mamá me canta en la noche.
Me canta en la noche. She sings to you at night. Interesting.
¿Sabes leer chino?
¿Sabes leer chino? Wait. What happened? Oh, I just skipped the word. Yeah, like in English. Because I skipped. Oh, that's it. All right.
¿Sabes leer chino?
That seemed a little short today. Oops.
¿Tú sabes cuándo es la fiesta?
Second, do you how to English?
Nosotros sabemos dónde está el cine.
Nosotros sabemos dónde está el cine. Okay. Don't do it the other way.
Mi mamá me canta en la noche. Mi
Mi
mamá me
me encanta
canta
en
en
la
la
noche.
noche.
¿Sabes quién es aquel hombre?
¿Sabes quién es aquel hombre? Do you...
¿Quieres saber mi dirección?
¿Quieres saber mi dirección? Sabemos hablar las mismas lenguas.
Señor, ¿sabe usted dónde está el cine? Señor,
Señores,
¿sabe usted
¿usted sabe
el
usted sabe dónde
está
está el cine?
Señor, ¿sabe usted dónde está el cine?
Oh, that usted got muffled. Wait.
Señor, ¿sabe usted dónde está el cine?
That's interesting that this usted came after the sabe. I don't think you really need to.
¿Sabes cuándo es?
¿Sabes cuándo es el baile?
Sabemos cantar las mismas canciones. Sabemos las canciones.
Canciones. ¿Ne?
Sabemos cantar las mismas canciones.
Canción. Sabemos
Cantar
cantar
las canciones. Sabemos cantar las mismas canciones.
mismas.
Mismas.
¿Quién sabe cómo se dice adiós en chino?
Okay.
¿Cómo se dice agua? Por favor, en chino.
谁请问可以给我水 or that's a little too much. It's more like just 谁 please, I don't know. 谁请给我水我要喝水 Let's see. Hablo 5 lenguas, pero no sé chino. Oh, lo siento. I'm sure. Alright. Let's go on.
¿Cómo se escribe
esta palabra?
Pedro, ¿sabes nadar?
¿Sabes?
Sabes.
Yo siempre cocino para la familia. Yo
siempre what? ¿Familia?
Yo siempre cocino para la familia.
Cocino
para la familia.
cook for the family.
Quiero saber las respuestas.
Quiero saber las respuestas.
Tú siempre nadas mucho.
Tú siempre nadas mucho.
Tú siempre
Siempre nadas mucho.
mucho.
Tenemos los mismos problemas.
Él sabe cocinar carnes diferentes.
Él sabe cocinar. What did...
Carne.
¿Cuál es el número del museo? Quiero saber a qué hora abre.
Ustedes cantan en el concierto hoy.
¿Quieres cantar conmigo canciones japonesas?
¿Quieres cantar conmigo canciones japonesas? Oh, confirmed. And Lucy is marked. It's like, no, yo no sé. Not enough. That, it's like, tarenai or something. Not enough. ¿Cómo se dice yo no canto en japonés? ¿Sabes dónde está nuestro hotel? Porque yo no lo sé.
Sí.
¿Tú manejas el carro de tu padre?
¿Tú manejas el carro de tu padre? Okay. Estoy aquí para el tour, right? Tour, pero no sé cuándo empieza. ¿Es a las 4 o a las 5?
4.
Should have known that, you little pep.
¿Qué autobús podemos tomar para ir al museo? ¿Podemos ir en metro también? No sabemos manejar y la ciudad es muy grande.
No van en carro porque no manejan. Podemos ir en, no sabe, yeah. Okay. There's more than one non-driver. Nosotros no sabemos. No conocemos. Sabemos.
Conocemos. Quiero viajar a China, pero no sé hablar su lengua. Para mí, el idioma chino no es fácil, pero con Duo aprendo muchas palabras nuevas.
Alright, ¿qué es difícil? La lengua china. Alright. I did learn quite a lot. Honestly, we covered a lot of HSK 1 through 3-ish. Like, starting 3. And I have yet to cover things that occasionally the things that I'm not familiar with yet. We're almost done with HSK 5 and 4 characters though. Again, but this time in a different way.
Yo.
Yo no sé.
Sé.
Yo no sé edad. Yo no sé cuántos edad. Or we're just gonna go straight in. La edad de mis abuelos.
La edad de mis abuelos.
Okay. Fair enough. Alright, story time. It's not for kids.
No es para niños.
Okay.
Sari está con Junior porque Eddie está en el trabajo.
Oh boy, so Zadie is the babysitter.
Sari, ¿podemos jugar tu videojuego?
Ay, tengo que limpiar la casa porque tu papá va a llegar pronto.
Oh. No, she has to clean.
Bueno, ¿puedo jugar tu videojuego sin ti?
Without you?
Lo siento. Mi videojuego no es para niños.
Oh, it's her video games.
Yo no soy un niño.
Yo no soy un niño. I'm not a kid.
Bueno, los adultos lavan los platos.
Nice. Zadi is just as manipulative as Eddie.
Yo sé lavar los platos.
Junior empieza a lavar.
Los platos. Okay.
¿Ves?
Los adultos limpian la mesa.
Dang. I think Junior is gonna grow up scarred, trusting adults.
Yo sé limpiar la mesa.
Junior limpia la mesa.
Muy bien. Sí eres un adulto.
¿Ahora podemos jugar tu videojuego?
¡Ay, no! Son las 9. Tienes que ir a la cama.
Dang.
Pero soy un adulto. Los adultos van a la cama tarde.
Oh, okay, that's fair actually. That's pretty fair. Oh, that's the end. Atos. Muy adultos. Jugar. Trabajo. And that's a fair point. Just saying. And then he gets tired immediately or something. But that's usually what happens. The kid, like, Junior just gets tired very quickly.
Sari está con Junior porque Eddie está en el trabajo.
Sari, ¿podemos jugar tu videojuego?
Ay, tengo que limpiar la casa porque tu papá va a llegar pronto.
Bueno, ¿puedo jugar tu videojuego sin ti?
Lo siento, mi videojuego no es para niños.
Yo no soy un niño.
Bueno, los adultos lavan los platos.
Yo sé lavar los platos.
Junior empieza a lavar.
¿Ves?
Los adultos limpian la mesa.
Yo sé limpiar la mesa.
Junior limpia la mesa.
Muy bien. Sí eres un adulto.
¿Ahora podemos jugar tu videojuego?
¡Ay, no! Son las 9. Tienes que ir a la cama.
Pero soy un adulto. Los adultos van a la cama tarde.
Platos. Sin videojuego. Muy soy. Okay. Fair point, I'm telling you. Board, okay.
Robar. Robar.
Robar.
Noviembre.
Noviembre.
Respuesta.
Respuesta.
Nublado.
Nublado. That's saying. Oh, probar.
Robar.
Mi hija no sabe esta palabra. Sale. Sabe.
Primavera.
Primavera.
Manejar.
Manejar.
Edades.
Edades. Edades.
Japonés.
Yo sé muchas palabras en español.
Febrero.
Febrero.
Edad.
Edad.
Perder.
Perder.
Palabra.
Yo sé.
Yo sé. ¿Cuándo es tu cumpleaños? Cumpleaños, ya.
No tengo todas las respuestas.
No tengo todas las respuestas. I don't have all answers.
Yo no sé cuándo es el baile. ¿Cuánto? ¿Cuándo?
I heard that. I see what you did
Quiero
there.
saber las respuestas.
Sneaky peeky. Estudiamos las palabras nuevas.
Las nuevas.
¿Quieres saber mi?
¿Quieres saber mi dirección?
Yo no sé la edad de mis abuelos.
Yo sé cuándo. ¿Cuándo la fiesta? Oh, es. Whoops. That's what happened.
Quisiera.
Quisiera saber.
Saber.
Saber tu dirección nueva.
Nueva.
Quiero saber las respuestas. Oh, I missed the S. ¿Tú sabes?
Sabes, sí.
No sabemos la edad de nuestro maestro.
Yo sé cuándo es la fiesta. ¿Qué?
¿Sabes quién vive aquí? ¿Quién?
No sabemos dónde está la biblioteca.
No sabemos.
No sabemos.
No sabemos dónde está la biblioteca.
¿Sabes quién es?
¿Sabes quién está en la cocina?
Señor, ¿sabe usted dónde está el cine? Sale. Sabe. ¿Cómo se dice?
¿Cómo se dice perro en alemán?
No lo sé.
No lo sé.
¿Sabes quién es aquel hombre? ¿Quién?
¿Cómo se escribe?
el nombre de tu papá?
¿Cómo se escribe esta palabra?
Nosotros sabemos dónde está el cine. Sabemos.
¿Sabes cuándo va Josefina a Cuba? Creo que tiene una reserva en un hotel cerca de la playa. Yo también necesito unas vacaciones.
Josefina tiene vacaciones. ¿Sabe? ¿Ne? ¿Sabe usted está Juan? ¿Dónde está Juan?
¿Cómo se escribe gato en español?
Gato. Gato, right there. Oh. Okay.
¿Sabes cuándo es el partido de fútbol? ¿Sabes?
¿Sabes
¿Cuándo?
El partido de fútbol ¿Cuándo es? No lo sé. I wonder if they take just no sé. Okay. Or yo no sé. Oh, yo no lo sé. Okay. Fair enough. How do you... sabe usted. Oh, wait. How do you... Just ask randomly. So sabe... Maybe like, sabe usted como... Let's try that. Como... Como... Oh, wait, but... this might work. How do you... Como... Yeah. Como se dice gato? Gato... in italiano. ¿Cómo se dice que se dice gato? Oh, I was kind of curious. Oh wait, there's no in it. What am I doing? No. The spam and rice was great? Oh, that's nice. Just spam and rice, huh? Had it first thing in the morning? Nice. Then what do you do with that energy? I don't know. Pablo, no sé. No lo sé. Yeah. Alright. ¿Cómo se dice gato in italiano? Really though? Oops. I put the accent in the wrong place. French study? Okay. I got you.
Manejar.
Mayo.
Robar.
Abrir.
Nosotros cocinamos arroz con frijoles.
You've been using Perplexity and another AI thing. Yeah, I know Perplexity. For conversation practice. You like it a lot? Ah, okay. But you were the one that we were talking about Copilot, right? Or was that someone else? Were you the Copilot person? Okay. So, Perplexity, huh? There's also that other one. What is it? But it wasn't an LLM model. It's more of a search convergent kind of thing. Deep AI or something, deep think or something. And how it just dies every 20 minutes. You're talking about not Copilot, right? You were talking about how it dies every moment. You were talking about ChatGPT the other time. Oh, Copilot dies every 20 minutes? I thought we were talking about how ChatGPT just like stops speaking after 20 minutes. I didn't realize also Copilot died every 20 minutes too. Because I remember then we pivoted to ChatGPT and then ChatGPT just stops doing audio output after a moment and you just re-enter the prompt to cause it to try to audio output. I think we had that discussion right after as well. Nosotros, I guess you're going to be doing all the sampling for me. Is there anything you'll speak for 20 minutes and then it'll bug out and either not reply or weird background news will pop up. The accent will change. It'll get robotic. Are you sure you're not experiencing like packet losses randomly or having like some sort of like patch leaks, like pocket leaks or something? Because that whole like robotic thing and like the weird background noises would suggest some sort of packet interference when loading something. I mean, I'm not surprised because they're server side host. Nosotros cocinamos arroz con frijoles. I used to, okay, hear me out. This might sound a little gross, sort of.
Frijoles.
I don't have spam, like I didn't buy spam too often, but a canned refried beans, like Amy canned refried beans, delicious from the can. You can heat it up and stuff, but like I forgot what this is called. No, I don't think so because it happens on your phone too. Oh, but okay, I'm not. That could be a coincidence. But since it doesn't happen on Perplexity, I'm assuming, then that's a pretty good indicator. Is Copilot local or is it server side too? I don't remember. Like, how does Copilot work at the interface? Is that server side stuff? I remember recently they've been rolling out things to do it local, but I don't think that's applied to the standard Copilot stuff. Imagine local. Nosotros cocinamos arroz con frijoles.
Carnes. Viento.
Junio. Invierno.
Yo nado en la playa en el verano.
So what?
Lado. Nado. Lado.
I can't. Oh, whoops. Swim. It's server based. I see. Rafael. Tú cocinas muy bien, ¿no? Oh.
Bien.
Okay.
Tú no sabes nadar.
You didn't know, so you was asking. Tú no sabes nadar. Just ask it. That's like, tú no sabes nadar. Geez, that's
Rafael,
funny.
tú cocinas muy bien.
Rafael, tú cocinas muy bien. Okay.
Él sabe cocinar carnes
Él sabe cocinar carnes diferentes. You've heard it's getting a lot of updates in the near future, though. Yeah, you know, it's rapid. It's a place. I hope it matures in a way that I'm giving it a lot of time. Obviously, I'm waiting to the. I still have 1 month before doing that, so I've waited to. I'm gonna be waiting till June to experiment stuff, and we're gonna use Chinese for the modeled language, but yeah, it'll be interesting.
¿Qué autobús podemos tomar para ir al museo? ¿Podemos ir en metro también? No sabemos manejar y la ciudad es muy grande.
Yeah, we talked that's where we had the discussion. It actually was supposed to be next month, but I kind of shifted by 1 month because I wanted to play, so to speak, and just recently do the Wagotabi thing. And I pushed the Dave the Diver thing till like July, till summer theme sale. Largely because I don't see myself finishing, so to speak, in time within a month. But next month is back to Japanese Duolingo. That's been pushed off a little bit. And then June is when we start experimenting. We'll probably do like 1 month stints in different LLMs maybe. Just because it'd be fun to go back and forth. I've thought of I've been arranging my prompts and entries and things that I would want to do for fun, just to like mess around. Lots of brainstorming ideas, preponderance things that happened in the last year and a half of language learning. So gonna see how wacky it is. Which, by the way, because of that, I have been looking up like what video games, right, on Steam, in the Steam catalog that has Spanish audio, not subtitles. We're talking about audio here, right? And it's actually a very small percentage. Like, I would have said it's a very small number, but actually, it's a small number even. I was going to be a little kind and say small percentage, but it's actually quite a significantly small number as well. We're talking about like less than hundreds, versus like the thousands of English and Japanese. So that's interesting. Oh, by the way, hear me out, SD. I don't know how often you have time to play video games, but there's a video game that's coming out this month that I'm really excited about, and it's from a French studio. 33 Expedition 33. I've got what the French like subtitle is, but I'm really excited for that because it's a fairly large production. So we're talking about like AA, sort of, and it's a JRPG. It's turn-based, but input turn-based. And it's from a French studio, or like it has French influences, and the location and inspiration and stuff comes from France. It's actually very likely Paris for the reference. So I'm kind of excited. The last time I played a French game, like a French studio, was A Child of Light. Pretty sure that was a French studio. And it was published by Ubisoft. It was like a sleeper hit, and it was also a JRPG with like very picturesque. There's a very I don't know how to place it because I hadn't really broken it down too much. There's a very French aspect to animation, like how they interpret like painterly things, and you can really pick it out. And in this game 30 Expedition 33, it has it written all over it. It's kind of like watching Arcane. I don't know if you watched Arcane, but Fortis, or I don't know how to pronounce that name in French, but Arcane is a French studio, the French animators, and you can really see like how it differentiates from right anime and or like the Western, like the Americanized Pixar and whatnot. So it's really lovely looking, like the Expedition 33. I think it's called Expedition. Double check. Yeah, it's called Clair Obscur. Or I'm pronouncing it obviously not French, but Claire obscure. Yeah. Oh, by the way, when I did listen to how karaoke was pronounced in French, dude, why does the R sound like a huh? uh, I can't even I don't even know what sound I'm listening to. It sounds like an aspirated huh, like kahur kahurke 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 or something. Like I'm like it was pretty funny when I heard it. I'm like, come again? So I just keep on like, oh, okay, put in 1/4 speed. So it's like, yeah, I totally get what you mean by that specific R. Obviously, there are more French R's. I know. I'm pretty sure there are more French R's than that, especially French. French has multiple of those weird things. Like L's have multiple things, and I get it. But that particular R, that's funny. That's a funny R. Yeah. Did look it up yesterday. I was like, oh yeah, need to know.
Siempre.
Tú siempre nadas mucho.
Mucho.
Tengo una reserva en un hotel muy bonito en Río. Tiene una piscina grande y a mí me encanta nadar. ¿Tú sabes nadar bien?
Le gusta el hotel porque piscina, where is it? Puede nadar en la piscina. Piscina. It almost sounds like I said something bad when I say piscina. Piscina. Okay.
Yo sé cocinar carnes diferentes.
Actually, there's only one standard French R sound. Is that ovular fricative? Really? Throw sound. Oh, I thought maybe there are different ways to read an R. Like what I mean is like if there's an R that's silent, it would technically be a silent R. So there's no sound, but it would be a different R. I was talking about like written R's. Specifically because I thought of that guy, the French guy, the guy that does French skits. I keep forgetting his name, but he was talking about L's, like double L's. He's like, yeah, like R at end of the word is yeah, or I don't even know. Is that or which one does? Let me guess. You're gonna say it's both, and it depends, and I'm like, okay. I just feel like I'm hyper exaggerating all of French's curiosities. Does that have one read too, or does that have more than one read? The E with an accent mark. Yo sé cocinar lugares?
Carnes.
Oh, carnes. Not lugares. I was thinking of algos.
Yo siempre manejo a mi trabajo.
Okay, it's only one. Okay. Is it or is it e? Are we talking about the Chinese or the Japanese e or the Spanish e? Oh, e? Okay. There are, oh my gosh, the other way and okay, which are pronounced differently. I see. Spanish e. Okay. It's more like a I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Yo siempre ¿ne?
Yo siempre manejo a mi trabajo.
Manejo. Quiero nadar en mis vacaciones con Ben. ¿Sabes nadar? ¿Conoces a Ben?
Okay. Conoces.
Weird. That's a weird order of questions.
Ella nunca maneja en la ciudad.
Ella nunca... What?
Ella nunca maneja en la ciudad.
Maneja. In the rural South, though, it's not uncommon to hear people roll their R's in French. Yeah, I have yet to hear a French person roll their R. That'd be interesting to listen to. Sorry, I'm thinking of Pepe Le Pew right now. Like that's what I'm thinking of. Like, has he rolled his R's? Because he's really passionate. Like, he's a characteristic, passionate, like, caricature. So I could kind of see him rolling his R's for no reason, for like a very accentuated reason. The Looney Tune. It also common in some African francophone countries, I see, and some of the Quebec and New Brunswick in Canada. Not too familiar with French Canadian. I have heard some, a little bit. Parisian French was made the standards, yeah, country standards. R rolling was the French norm in the early 1900s, and before that, I see. Well, it sounds like the French saw the Spanish peeps like, they kind of stopped rolling their R's. Let's stop too, because we don't have to try that hard. I'm kidding, but this would be a really funny conversation, like a skit, like a reverse skit, from the guy that does the French stuff. He often does French, English. Sometimes I think he throws in Spanish, right? No, I think he does all three. Yeah, he does all three. And it sounds like a reverse skit. It's like, oh, hey, did you hear? The Americans decide to stop pronouncing this, and the French is like, hold my beer. Let's stop doing this too. Let's do it even better than they do. Let's drop more letters than they do. and for the rolling R thing, you could kind of make a skit where like, oh, have you heard? Spanish in the States no longer roll their R's. It's like, oh yeah? Well, we'll stop too. Or better yet, it's more complicated, because then you get like, oh no, we're only gonna roll R's for specific type of R's, but not all R's, just very specific R's. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. I'm kidding, obviously, but it's a fun, I like fun gags like that, over exaggerating the mentality. I honestly feel without this type of entertainment, it wouldn't be as fun learning the languages. Which, by the way, in this unit, it has prompts where like, hey, do you know how to read Chinese? Do you know how to read Japanese? Do you know how to speak and read Chinese? I'm like, that's obviously that's what Duolingo is trying to do. It's like, hey, if you don't, why don't you go and like learn a few words on the side, las chicas nadan. Let's just do están nadando en la piscina ahora. Nailed it. Okay, anyways. Ella nunca maneja la ciudad.
Yo nado en la playa en el verano. Nado.
All right.
Cantar.
Mismo.
Chino.
Carnes. Yo no sé cantar
en alemán. How are you liking Perplexity? Like, what do you do for the prompts? What are your go-to prompt role plays? What are you doing with your lingua?
Edad.
Target lingua. I'm just making up words now. I don't know what target is in Spanish, but your target lingua. Or lingua target.
Edad.
Edad.
Perder.
Perder.
Chino.
Chino.
Mayo.
Yo canto en español muy bien.
Pretend you are my test prompter and ask me about my French learning journey. Oh, that's interesting. That's kind of hitting the nail on the head, don't you think? Here's a couple prompts. Or pretend we are friends who haven't met in a while. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that's why you're doing I'll give you a few teasers of some of the prompts that I'm going to do in June in Chinese, right? So oftentimes I need to review my current knowledge, like the knowledge that I already have, and oftentimes I need to also review pop culture stuff because I might forget things. So I've converted almost all of my questions, my prompts, from the literal conversations that you and I and everyone else that I've had conversations with over the last year and a half, in which I could have expressed it in the target language to that speaker if I were able to. So instead, I'm going to use them as prompts in order to normalize that. So for example, we go like, hey, LLM, your choice of LLM, describe to me using a particular proficiency if we need to. Describe to me insert proficiency if needed, the synopsis for Attack on Titan in Chinese. Describe to me how you would explain this particular thing in Chinese. And then I would ask them how to clarify that explanation, because most of the time when I'm talking and when I'm relating to someone, I need to be able to say these things. I would need to be able to say particular sentences and how to describe shows, describe ideas, describe things that a lot of people like to play or do. So I need to be able to say, hey, how would I be able to describe this video game to someone? Like, what type of words would I need or ways to describe a deck builder to someone? That kind of thing. Or I enjoy playing or watching this show. How do I describe the main point of the show? Like, what happens in the show? Is this your well-practiced conversation? I might take a page out of your book, to be honest. Well-practiced. That's how I focus. That's how I focus most of my things. The reason why is, if you're gonna focus on the dialogue already, I think that comes naturally. Like all the words, like yes, like okay. But if you can frame it around the things you already do, then mirroring that would be okay until it becomes you. And so I've always taken a chapter off of, oh man, this guy explains this concept so well. So how do I take more from this guy's concepts? Because in the long run, if you need to lead a conversation, in my opinion, if you need to lead something, oftentimes explaining something makes it really wonderful. And I would argue that it's probably one of the higher levels most of the time at the end. Like, you kind of want to just be able to explain things to people as opposed to being like, yo sé, yes, yo sé, yep, es verdad. So honestly, I like it that way. So that's kind of where we're going with it. So also the nice thing about, like, for me, I'm killing like 3 birds with 1 stone, figuratively, is because then in the future, I get to learn something. So like in the future, when I need to ask someone like, oh, hey, oh, so you like this movie? Can you explain to me what this movie is about? I already have keywords in which I would be reading and normalizing on when someone explains something to me. So in the future, it's like, oh, so your description kind of reminds me Your description of solo leveling kind of reminds me of the description for One Piece. Have you seen One Piece before? And then I would go and explain One Piece in Spanish or in Chinese. That's the kind of like idea I'm gonna go for. So in the long run, I'll learn things while learning the language. So in the future, I'm like, oh yeah, today someone said they were gonna, they really like this artist, right? And I would ask like ChatGPT or something, can you explain to me what the music of this artist is like in Chinese? So then I would get used to the idea of being able to explain things, also learn things while having the incentive to talk to other people. So while in the meantime, I don't have to spend my afternoons learning about them, I can literally use my Chinese to learn about the things that I need to know about other people. So like for you and I'm gonna ask, what is the can you explain the difference between Dominican Spanish and Argentinian Spanish in Spanish? Like using Spanish to explain the difference between the two. And then I would get more used to the idea of confirming all the things I know. So then in the future, I'm overlapping as many things as possible for my purpose. So it's not largely doing one thing, but doing like 4 or 5 different things at once. So my time is maximized, so to speak. Not to sound like it's maximized, but I like doing that. And that's why I use Duolingo. Duolingo is not because it's just for Spanish. There's a lot of other things that Duolingo is doing for me that I need to study or observe. Like, for example, why do I continue to use Duolingo to compare a tier B language, Chinese, a tier A-ish language in Japanese, and then the flagship in Spanish? It's largely because I'm looking at design and what people are exposed to. So in a way, I'm also learning about what people's experience are like and preferences. So it's involved in conversationalism. And yeah, even if you like something very, very obscure, right? The chances are if you use Duolingo, you'll have a leaping point in conversation. So you can leap off from Duolingo. So that's kind of what I'm doing here. So in the LLM department, I'm going to try to do that. I'm going to tackle all the pop culture stuff that I've encountered in the last year and a half and know how to talk about them in Chinese, because those are going to be the more relevant things, or likely more relevant things. And if not, I will at least have learned Chinese in the process. And we're going to do the same in Spanish to some extent. At the end of the year, basically I'm gonna subscribe to Dual Max, or I haven't decided yet, for non-disclosed time, and we're gonna use that to compare it to something else to be like topical about it. So it's kind of a tease of one of the things. The other stuff is another quick tease would be, that's not involved in conversationalism, is for journaling. Consultation. So how to show me an example of how to be softer when someone's feeling bad. Show me how to be forward and direct towards someone who is insulting me. Those are the things that I'm going to use as my prompts, because it does involve conversationalism still, but it's also a personal use for advice as well. So this stuff is like, if someone is sad, what type of things can you say to be comforting? Those are the stuff. So it's kind of related to conversationalism, but in this case now you're trying to lead in using your words. So it's encouraging me to use something to say. So if someone's feeling sad, how do I sound happy and encouraging to the person that is sad? So in this case, it's not necessarily conversing about discussing a topic, but more about how you can exude a specific type of emotion in order to help someone or join someone. So those are like more of the stuff that I'm going to be leaning on. Practical uses for interacting with someone. Not conversationalism does involve two people talking at the same time, but sometimes, like as a streamer, for example, like a streamer, you have the mic, so there's a lot more responsibility in providing elegance. So one day I would like to say, hopefully in Chinese, I could at least sound, oh, I'm a little excited with both my face and my volume and also my words. Versus, oh, now I sound a little pessimistic because I sound overly negative. So I could tell the difference when I'm talking to someone. This person kind of sounds negative. This person kind of sounds positive right now. So that's kind of, I need to know these things. Those are the stages that I want to get into, because English is one of the aspects that I am most skilled in, I would say, like humbly, most skilled in, is to have a conversation with someone and know when and where, how to read between the lines and how to keep them listening if they're in trouble, or elevate them or energize them. Those are the stuff. And I want to be able to do this in a different language, not just like throw out, yeah, bro, in like 4 different languages. Pretty fun. Just throwing some ideas out, right? Well practiced, yes. Well practiced as in long hours, lots of brainstorming. The nice thing about the term well practiced, it doesn't say if I was successful. Like how successful I am, if I'm an expert. I love the phrase well practiced because it says that I keep practicing. I'm someone who continues to practice because conversations require practice and society changes, right? The way people talk changes. So it requires a lifetime of practice in order to adjust. You can be a super, super well elegant, like noble speaking person, but you would be out of place, out of time on the internet, for example. Like, for example, having a lack of a better target, the leader of a nation being on Twitch, having a Twitch stream, that would be very difficult, right? Unless they're well practiced. Yeah.
Yo canto en español muy bien.
I really don't want to end up being the yo bro kind of thing. I like that, but I thought you were going to say you could very well be a well-practiced failed conversationalist. Yeah, you really can. Sort of. Because a conversationalism has to involve failing as well. Failing, like, or making mistakes or something. Like, obviously you could reach an impasse. And that's part of the experience. You wouldn't know what failing is like unless you actually failed. Which I have. Plenty of times. Or fail to achieve something, or fail to meet certain standards or whatnot. Yeah. It's very difficult to appreciate problem solving if you never consider yourself failing anything. Which I have no problems failing things. I fail things all the time. All the time, along with all the time succeeding. Succeeding and failing all the time. Because that includes all of it, and everything in between, right?
Yo canto en español, canto.
Here's one of the weird paradoxes, and also exhausting moments when people get to know me. It always sounds like I'm not failing, even when I'm failing, when I'm talking, because the idea is I don't see failing as failing. I see failing as experience. So oftentimes when people say, oh, you just want to be right, it's like, no, I just don't want to. I just want to know that I'm wrong. So if I know I'm wrong, it might sound like I'm right. It's very different from someone who wants to avoid being wrong. Right? So, wrong, right? So it like, for example, someone would say, oh, you're mistaken. And then I'm like, oh, I can see it. Can you explain to me why I'm mistaken? And then they're like, it's this and this. Oh, that makes sense. So what you're telling me is it's this and this and this. And then that person's like, wait, why does it sound like you're explaining this to me? And I'm like, I'm not. I'm explaining what you're telling me because I need to know why I'm wrong in order to be right next time by you, right? And ultimately it deflates that whole idea. It's like, wait, I thought, like, yeah, that's how it works. It's a really common criticism sometimes that I've encountered over the years. Like, why does it sound like you always want to have the last word? Because the last words that I say are yours, not mine. I'm making sure that I hear you correctly. And when you tell me things that are wrong, and I know that they are wrong so that I can know they're right, I would be the last person to acknowledge that you are right by telling you what I understand. So it's not really about getting the last word in or always being right. It's about knowing when I'm wrong. Something that I feel in this generation is not a very normal conversation ender. It's like, oh yeah, okay. That's probably a normal conversation ender. Oh no, wait, hold on. A more common, a trendier conversation ender nowadays is to use a cliche terminating statement. What's a cliche terminating statement for the internet age? Oh, I was just kidding. Like, dude, I wasn't being serious. But everyone thinks differently. Like, oh yeah, it varies from person to person. So, oh yeah, that's your opinion. Like, oh, everyone's entitled to their opinion. Oh, okay. Well, I disagree. I agree to disagree. That's how conversations end most of the time. And I'm being a bit of an edgelord here, so I will be argumentative and want to discourage, in my opinion, a lot of that. I consider that a practice in failed conversationalism. When you fail to establish an exchange of information by choosing to terminate a discussion by stating something that is relatively obvious and cliche, hence the cliche terminating statements. The other very frequently common discussion deflector is whataboutisms, using whataboutisms. So what does that look like? Oh man, Spanish, like we're talking about Spanish, right? Spanish does this and this. And it's like, wait, if you think Spanish is bad, try French. I'm like, well, we didn't say Spanish is bad. It's like, but you were complaining about Spanish. No, like we're discussing Spanish. It's like, but French. I'm like, okay. That's the other very potent deflector. So whenever you ask someone, it's like, oh, how's your day? It's like, well, that person's day was pretty bad. I'm like, but I was asking about your day. I love pancakes. So you hate waffles. Exactly. Nailed it, SD. That's perfect. Oh, I love that one. Yeah, like I love pancakes. So you hate waffles? That's a really common, like, practicing in conversational failure. Like, now you can transition, but people don't waste time transitioning anymore. They just use their leap of logic. So, like, I love pancakes. Although Pancakes share some similarities with waffles, and for whatever reason, waffles don't seem to vibe with me as much as pancakes. What do you think about waffles with the context of pancakes? That not just suddenly just jump to something else that is relatable, but there's no transition. So you're at the mercy of that other person not being offended and or abruptly feel like you just dismissed what they said. So that happens so often. And most of the time when that is successful is when that other person literally by coincidence also hates waffles in this conversation. Like, I love pancakes, so you hate waffles, and they're like, yeah, I do hate waffles. Then you're good. But what are the chances that's going to happen? It's so much less than transitioning between pancakes and waffles. Conversation. You're not having a conversation when you say, I love pancakes, so you hate waffles. You're making a statement. You're making statements so that your voice is heard, and you're not here to converse about it. You're here to dismiss the current conversation and state your opinion. What do I call this? I usually use the phrase, this is when people talk at each other. You know, when they talk at each other. This as opposed to with each other. I think chatting and internet, most of the time, I would say more than 50% is talking at people as opposed to with each other. There's no acknowledgement of each other. It's like, for example, someone would write a huge paragraph. Oh, hey, look at this, Einstein. Like, wait, what? Why? So there was no acknowledgement that you even read it. Like, that's the crazy part. I think the more interesting behavior nowadays is they skip the entire thing and then assume they already know what's in it. What's a good one? Someone clicks on a 10-hour video and they say, why are you using this? There's 10 hours of why you're using this, but I suppose you couldn't use 5 minutes of your time to gather the first thing of why you're using this. In fact, that person can probably answer why in many different ways, but they just choose not to. They skip right to the deflection. Like, I don't use this, so why are you using this? There you go. Like, I like hot dogs, why don't you like hot dogs? Are you saying you think hot dogs are sandwiches? Sorry, that might have started some fire. Here's one that I think is a little bit more topical. Like, do you break your pasta and put it in the bowl? Because Italians don't do that. Oh, and then someone would come by and say, well, except for this one dish. That because that pasta is meant for breaking. I kid you not, I learned that's one of the things you learn on the comment section. You know, the whole like gag about breaking pasta. And then there is actually someone went out of their way to tell you that there are specific pasta that you actually break. Waffles or pancakes? Honestly, kind of hard to choose. I haven't had waffles and pancakes in a long while.
Otoño. Otoño.
Otoño.
Agosto.
Agosto.
Viento.
Viento. Lengua.
Sabemos cantar las mismas. Cantar. Montar.
What?
Cantar.
Okay, cantar.
Empezar.
Empezar.
Marzo.
Marzo.
Japonés.
Japonés. Respuesta. Respuesta.
Tenemos los mismos problemas.
Tenemos los mismos problemas. Oh, I just realized why I dropped the S in respuesta. Because I don't pronounce the S every once in a while. That's why. We have the same problems. Nonsense. Me gusta aprender. ¿Eh? Aprender lenguas diferentes.
Quiero viajar a China, pero no sé hablar su lengua. Para mí, el idioma chino no es fácil, pero con Duo aprendo muchas palabras nuevas.
Okay. Juan quiere ir a Japón, pero no sabe hablar japonés. Solo hablar español. Rip. Solo hablo un lengua. Wait. Una lengua. Interesting. That's a grammar point.
Sabemos.
Sabemos cantar.
Cantar.
Cantar. ¿Qué? Las canciones. Las canciones. Oh, mismos.
Mismas.
Mismas.
Canciones.
You sing with your friends. Cantas con tus amigos.
Ustedes cantan en el concierto hoy.
Ustedes cantan en el concierto. Wait. Ya. Where's my ya at? Okay.
Son mis canciones favoritas.
Mi madre sabe hablar japonés.
Solo hablo una lengua. Okay. Alright. How much time do we have? Well, we have some time to game this evening.
Yo nado en la playa en el lado. Nado.
Yo sé cuando la fiesta, cuando es la fiesta. ¿Cómo se dice gato? Should I put it in quotes? Oh, I can quote it. Fine. Gato in italiano. Solo hablo una lengua.
Yo no sé manejar este carro.
Okay. I don't know how to. What? Oh.
Yo.
Yo. ¿Eh?
Sé.
Conocer.
Cocinar.
No, cocinar, not conocer. Cocinar. Un bueno arroz. Muy bueno arroz. Arroz muy bueno. Oh, yeah.
No sé cantar esta canción.
Okay. That's okay.
No sabes tu hermana
de
edad.
Or no.
Edad.
La edad de hermano. Tu hermano. There's no. I think this is fine. Yes. Sabemos hablar. Sabemos hablar mismas lenguas. Son of a B article. For plural? Really? Oh, because of the... Oh, no. It says the there. Never mind. Just kidding.
Sabemos.
Sabemos cantar las mismas
canciones.
Canciones. Okay. ¿Saben? Wait, yeah, saben hablar. Oh no. I guess we're gonna put in las. No. There's no las. Heck you. Muchas lenguas.
Tenemos.
Tenemos
Los mis problemas.
I forgot that problemas is masculine. Okay, sorry. Clear my throat.
Yo sé cocinar arroz. Bueno.
Okay. Up and away. Let's go.
Tú. Sí, describe.
Oh, no, describe. Nadas mucho. Nadas mucho. No sabemos su edad. Okay.
Sabes.
¿Sabes enseñar? No. Who teaches this guy? ¿Sabes quién?
¿Quién?
¿Quién? This class. ¿Quién enseña?
Esta clase.
¿Tú manejas el carro de tu padre?
Conocen, saben.
Sabemos cantar las mismas canciones.
Conocemos.
Sabe.
Quiero viajar a China, pero no sé hablar su lengua.
Estudiamos las palabras nuevas.
Son of a... you know, I just don't hear specifics.
Yo.
Like, whenever they're being specific or non-specific, it's just not important.
Sé las todas respuestas. Todas. ¿Sabes cuándo es mi cumpleaños?
¿Ah?
¿Sabes cuándo es mi cumpleaños?
¿Cuándo? I totally forgot the helping verb. Hmm. Oops.
¿Cómo se escribe esta palabra? ¿Cómo se escribe esta palabra?
Son mis canciones favoritas.
Okay. All right, time for our listening.
¿Dónde están mis llaves? Lynn está con su abuela, Lucy.
Tenemos una reserva en un restaurante muy elegante esta noche. ¿Vamos? No quiero llegar tarde.
Está bien.
Do I like Final Fantasy games? I do. I grew up with Final Fantasy games.
No. ¿Dónde están las llaves de mi motocicleta?
Tú nunca sabes dónde están tus llaves.
Oh, now we got the saber. Yeah.
¿Están en tu abrigo?
Why do you ask, Esti?
Lynn busca en su abrigo.
No, no están aquí.
¿Están debajo de tu cama?
Lost Soul aside? Oh, right. It looks Final Fantasy-esque. Yeah, it's a Chinese maker. Although it's a devil DMC-like.
No, no están debajo de la cama.
DMC-like. I can't believe I'm using these trendy generalizations. But yes, it does have a FF15 thing going on with it, doesn't it?
¿Están en tu zapato?
No, eso es extraño. No sé dónde están mis llaves. ¿Vamos al restaurante en taxi?
Yeah, it's Noctis. Yeah, it has a Noctis flair to it. Yes. Quite the edgelord Noctis. Mm-hmm. Although we do have to admit that Virgil is pretty, like, if that guy had white hair, you'd probably just say like it's Virgil or something. But yeah, it's been a while. That's one unpopular opinion. You loved Final Fantasy 15. I see. Yeah, lots of edgelording, right? There was quite a lot of edgelording. Oh, you could even make an argument it reminds you of characters from Kingdom Hearts. like a Heartless. Not Heartless, what do you call those guys? The no-name guys. The edgelords. Or yeah. Organization 13. Yeah, edgelords. You got that very characteristic edgelord love, like DLC going all over the place. So Final Fantasy 15, huh? You love Kingdom Hearts more than life? Wow. I haven't played Kingdom Hearts 3 actually. Like, I myself have not played Kingdom Hearts 3, largely because of exclusivity, right? Since I don't I've stopped buying consoles since PlayStation 2. But maybe one day we'll probably go down that road again. All the Kingdom Hearts are like, you know, being lifted soon enough. No say, I haven't done a Final Fantasy Legacy yet. It was okay. The Remind DLC though was perfect. I see. We'll do a Legacy at some point. It's basically a better ending to the game, I suppose. What'd you call it? We're gonna do a Final Fantasy Legacy because I do expect to be playing for the audio. It's one of those things. Square Enix is a great immersion, dual immersion for 2 languages. Second to Sega though. Second to Sega. Most definitely second to Sega. Capcom though has a more universal language support. Now the downside about Capcom is they don't make. I take this with a grain of salt. Capcom do not make story-driven games. Like they're kind of story-driven, but they're like not in the form of things that you would use for dialogue, like language acquisition. So despite Square Enix having fantasy, sci-fi things, most of their dialogue deal with very human interactions. Meanwhile, Capcom is like off the keister most of the time, you know, like yeah. So not Capcom's strong point when it comes to subtlety. So it's usually you either have Sega or you have Square Enix pulling up for massive support because they have the resources to do so. And surprisingly, do you know who the most obvious Spanish supporter is? When earlier I forgot to address no love for Spanish. There is one publisher that does love Spanish. It's funny because Capcom has Spanish support for DMC, or one of the DMCs, but outside of Capcom, there is a Spanish go-to. And it's very unfortunate because it is a publisher that is absolutely 100% struggling right now. But they had the resources. And most of the game do support Spanish audio. The biggest franchise has Spanish audio. Unfortunately, I don't really play those games. I mean, I play Like a Dragon. The Witcher? CDPR? No. CDPR is... if at all, Polish would be the secondary language. They don't even have support for Japanese as a market target, or even Chinese. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think I've heard Chinese audio. So we're thinking about a company, a publisher that can hire multiple cast members. There's one. It's kind of like The Witcher to some extent. It deals with that type of vibe. You have no idea? It's Ubisoft. Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed has had Spanish support. So they double dub. They at least double dub. At least triple dub, actually. I think they might try dub their games. So Ubisoft is the one. And for European languages, especially. Yeah. Unfortunately, like Ubisoft is like struggling quite a lot. So it would be kind of interesting if they introduced a different IP and I would hop on that IP to get some Spanish love in, you know. And I recently found, to my discontent, that most of the Double Fine games, or like the point and click adventure games, they do not have support for Spanish audio. They have subtitles, so subtitles are fine. I'm talking about like audio, like having dedicated cast, maintaining dedicated cast because it's a lot of money that doesn't really return on investment. It's one of those like gold, above and beyond, not even a gold standard. It's more like above and beyond kind of services. So to my surprise, when I was looking for Spanish things, Assassin's Creed actually came up. The only game you know of off the top of your head with very good foreign language audio is a good amount of language is Elder Scroll. Elder Scroll was the other one. Elder Scroll was the other one that hit the Spanish requirement. Not Japanese. Or Chinese, really. Well, actually, maybe the most recent Elder Scroll. Maybe the most recent Bethesda. Starfield, I don't think so either. But yes. Like, for example, do you expect Rockstar Games to try dub their game? Do you expect GTA 6 to have three vocal casts? Probably not. And you might be thinking, well, GTA is a really big game. There must be a lot of dialogue, right? I know, right? It's in heckin' Miami. I guess there's market for it. There is market for it because of its location, you know, Florida. So that would be kind of cool. But I think they're going to do a mix dub. As in, like, you have gringo, like gringo Spanish, right? Like, you're going to have natural interactions, like secondary people, like, to create the Spanish feel. So they go for naturalistic things as opposed to like doing the weird thing like in Like a Dragon where the Japanese people are speaking English, but then your characters are speaking English to people who speak English. So then you have situations where like, oh, I can't speak English, but they're speaking English, if you know what I mean, right? Because of the breaking of disbelief, the fourth wall break. And then you have like Chinese people who speak Chinese, but it's your Japanese people who are speaking English who doesn't understand Chinese, and those Chinese people speaking Chinese because they are Chinese speakers. So that kind of thing. I don't think there are very many games. If not, Like a Dragon is probably easily one of the few things that are relatable to that scale. Because if you make an argument, oh, GTA 6 must have a lot of dialogue and lots of story, and you have to cast many people, I would argue that even though Sega's Like a Dragon series does not have a higher budget than GTA series, they have far more dialogue that it has to be triple dubbed now, all the time. I mean, they heckin' triple dubbed a side project, or quote unquote a smaller project. So I think, to me, that is a language learner's like holy grail, in my opinion. But it's kind of tough. I think it's kind of tough. So we're sticking to reading most of the time, and that's why I don't really prioritize speaking that much early on, largely because the type of medium that I would be interacting with is video games. So video games tend to be, you hear something, you read something. You hear something, you read something. So a lot of times I'm really used to hearing English and reading Spanish. And, you know, you might be thinking, well, why? So does that mean you're fluent in Spanish? No. But I can tell you that when I hear English, I can read Spanish along with English. Like when someone's speaking English and I'm reading the subtitles of what they think they're saying, it's fine. So the other way around is also fine. Japanese takes a little bit longer because I would have to like frame it slightly differently. But that's the same with Chinese. I can hear the English and read Chinese subtitles. It's perfectly fine. The other way around is not so fine. The other way around, still a bit of a problem. Because no, not the other way around. The one-to-one, like speaking and writing at the same time. Because I'm more concentrated on how to construct a sentence. It's a little weird, but I'm working on it. I basically try my best to focus on things I'm weak at whenever I get the chance. When I'm doing immersion, but the things I know. I focus on the things I know, but how they can be different. Like how they interact. And then I learn when I need to learn. It's a weird thing. I'll probably talk more about it in the future. I would say maybe a year 2027 2027 is probably when we're switching over from a state of learning that is very different from now, right? Foundational work. This is foundational work, foundational reviewing and foundational work. And then 2027, games are going to be randomly in different languages, and I'm still going to use my English to be the bridging language. So while you're reading and occasionally all my UI suddenly changes languages, I'll probably still use English to bridge most of the time. It's interesting. Different life, different purposes. No sé. Oh, wait, what do we do? Vamos al restaurante en taxi.
No, es demasiado tarde.
Lo siento.
Está bien. Yo puedo cocinar algo para la cena.
Do you play GTA by any chance, SD? You did bring up The Witcher. I do play The Witcher. There are no like recorded material for that, but I did play The Witcher 3. This is before I started recording things. But we might do a legacy run of Witcher as well. Especially when there might be a remaster of Witcher 1 coming up. Or a rework, a remake of Witcher 1, because Witcher 1 was weird. Está bien, yo puedo cocinar algo para la cena.
Lucy abre la puerta de la nevera.
Lynn, aquí están tus llaves.
Wrong order. No, I used to play a lot of games, but your PC being garbage and me not having any interest in any games out right now kind of pushed you away? Fair enough. Yeah. I like to, I pick my games very strategically these days, largely because I have so many things going on. So whenever I pick something, it has all those things going on at the same time. And to me, that feels fantastic. So I'm in like a position where I have so many things interesting that I don't necessarily have to make choices on whether I'm disinterested in something or not at the moment. Every waking hour is like a maximum thing of needing to do a lot of things. It's kind of the type of lifestyle that I had when I was still working and like going to school and stuff. Like I would be juggling several classes, then playing video games, then like those video games somehow makes me think related to something I'm studying, and then like any other time I'm working on my conversational skills. Like it's been like that pretty much most of my life, so it's nice to get back ramping up again. So I don't want to say that my like not doing something means I'm interested, but I can definitely see how if you do not have the resources or accessibility, it may contribute to a disinterest, as well as obviously not being interested in games out right now. I really like video games, but if someone sees what I did the last year and a half, they would probably get a different impression. Yeah, it's all good though. You replace your game with copious amounts of foreign language YouTube, which is pretty engaging. Fair, solid. You're very serial-like thing. Why not? So do any of the YouTube foreign language YouTube content involve people who speak the language and play video games? Because you can always watch someone play games in the the games that are maybe less interesting but interesting enough. Extraño. Extraño. Llevas abuela, nevera, restaurante. This is, it's a coincidence that I happen to be someone who plays video games in different languages. I'm not talking about myself here.
¿Dónde
To be
están
clear.
mis llaves? Lynn está con su abuela, Lucy.
Tenemos una reserva en un restaurante muy elegante esta noche.
I talk about language a lot because I play games that are multicultural in nature a lot of times. Like a Dragon, I like derail all the time about Lost Judgment. Oh my gosh, the Judgment series. I went so ham on like things when it comes to languages because Lost Judgment is it references the United States in Lost Judgment, but it takes place in Japan and it takes in modern times. So the commentary that game talks about involves the United States and English and language. So it was so interesting to be able to make comments about that too. Yeah, you watch a guy named, I'm guessing that's a capital I and then 2 L's. Go on. He's a really famous streamer from Spain and going through his Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom series. Oh no, that's fine. But for French, you watch lots of random bloggers, styles, and book review YouTubers. I see. I watch. I definitely watch lifestyle most of the time. I watch multiculturalism. That's so engaging to me. I spam so much. It's like a way to say bro in the south of Spain. Of course, it's a way to say bro. Of course, ST. Thank you. No. I'm kidding. I actually don't know that, but of course it ended up being bro. I should put bro somewhere in the name. You know, it's just we gotta add bro now to our lexicon. Thanks for inadvertently teaching me how to say bro in a way in south of Spain unintentionally. When I was earlier joking about I don't want to just learn how to say bro in 4 different languages and like 16 more different dialects of the same language. It's probably gonna happen naturally anyway, so still. Yeah, I like multicultural stuff. I like people explaining their culture to each other in different languages. Especially multicultural couples. Couples are really, really wonderful to watch. Like, I enjoy watching them banter in hybrid languages. So that's kind of where most of my evening go if I'm not writing something or thinking about something or catching up on some material that other people are sharing. So like yesterday, SD, I watched all 13 episodes of Solo Leveling because I ended early. So I watched all 13 episodes, the second season of Solo Leveling. It was pretty great. It was pretty nice. It felt like a very truncated Hunter x Hunter though. Which gave me some mixed feelings. It was like if you smashed Hunter x Hunter's like 50 episodes into 13 episodes, you might have gotten the second arc of the second season of Solo Leveling. Fun fact, you've read Solo Leveling 5 times? Jeez. Did you read them in different languages? Did you learn Korean to read it? Come on, ST. Get on the level. You gotta learn Korean. You gotta learn Korean to read Solo Leveling. What's wrong with you? No, but that's kind of why I want to learn Korean. I see, fair enough. You love webtoons and web novels? I think there's another kid that really likes it. They told me to read something, and I read a bit of it. It was very depressing, but it sounded like something this person would resonate with. I think this kid is currently going through class and stuff. Maybe I'll talk to them when summer rolls around. Summer is coming soon, so I expect. I mean, I said this during Christmas, and I didn't hear from any of the students ever again. So maybe this summer, maybe coming summer, I'll hear from how their school year went. I think I've met like 20 to 30 students. The vast majority of them hate school, and then the vast majority of them go to college but still hate college. So that's a thing. And when I'm using the word hate, I think I'm actually using a much lighter word than they would describe their their relationship with. I hate school, but I love learning. Of course you do. Of course you do. At the end of my Wagotabi session 2 days ago, someone dropped by. It's a second Malaysian kid, and apparently, according to them, again, I like to categorize all my information, whether it's true or not, right? Well, so this person apparently is in Malaysia in college. They are in their sophomore year, their second year, and they're studying physics. But apparently they know a lot of Japanese because they have Japanese friends. But they talked about their college like, oh, it's boring, so I just go to class, pull up Duolingo for 15 minutes and doom scroll while in class. So that's kind of the stuff that I think about. And I'm like, the hate in behavioral is much stronger than the love for learning. If you see what I mean. Like, it's gotten to the point where when I say they hate school, that's the least of the details. That's the least superficial thing that I can think of in like my generation, where like you could hate school, but you still learn something from school. In this case, nowadays, when I encounter most of these university students or high school students, they hate school and don't like learning to the point where they don't even learn why they hate school. They just do. Because I asked this person, I try to clarify, so like, and I'm getting to my like why this is important. I wanted to like indirectly offer a different perspective, but that person kind of took it as advice, which I really don't like. This type, like, this isn't advice, it's more of an observation. And the observation I want to say is, often when you love something, you are able to make something of things that you hate. So like, you can choose to hate something and use your energy to hate it and use it as an excuse, or you can use your passion to turn something you hate into something that supports your passion. So if you hate school but love learning, you can love learning by understanding why you hate school. And with that comes in a really funny situation where you end up understanding why you hate school and you can change it, right? You can alter it. But sitting there saying you're just going to do this thing, and here's another really classic thing that lines up with people who are going to college even after disliking school and then deciding that it'd be different if they go to formal school, right? Or formal college. And they would use excuses like a mental disability, like ADHD. ADHD is a real thing for sure. It's like, it's a spectrum, right? But it's very different from using HD as an excuse and not understanding what it does to you and what it is, than stating it like a fact. So like, for example, if I were to, I didn't get a chance to ask this soon, and I asked them, if you know what ADHD is, like for example, that person openly states, and this happens a lot of really often, they would say like, oh, I can't focus. I can't focus, so I hate school because school requires me to focus on a lot of things. I have ADHD, so that's why I can't focus on things, right? That's an excuse. That's not understanding how ADHD contributes to how you do not focus on things, which then may contribute to your dislike of school, right? That's very different way of viewing it. And one thing I often ask people is, what do you think ADHD looks like for someone who doesn't hate school and doesn't hate learning something that they don't have to? Like, for example, have you ever considered the idea that there are people who either have ADHD who are proactive about understanding how ADHD works and how they make things work? Like, do you know what that looks like? Now, this is a tough one because I actually think online there is not enough of that depiction. And the reason why is it requires a label for people to identify what that looks like. So what do people look like? So what does it look like when someone is addressing those types of shortcomings? Like what does that look like? There are a few people who are very open about it, and if you look at them, if they didn't state that, I think there are quite, if not many, people who think that they have ADHD and they don't even know what it looks like in practice, like in reality. It's kind of like also saying that you hate school for several reasons, or you just hate school but you don't know why you hate school, or why is it that school sucks. So you're saying you hate something but you have no idea how to explain it. So if you don't know how to explain it, then it does logically track that you wouldn't be able to change it and or affect it in a positive way. You hope that you use whatever excuse you have in order to hope that it just goes away by chance. And that's kind of how I feel about those who continue to say they love and hate things. I'm not saying you, SD. Obviously, you're choosing voluntarily to go back to school in a different country. So that's like suggesting that you have thought about, you had time to. But we're talking about things where a lot of people say they like, love, hate, despise, but it's rarely ever explained. It's confirmed. So the difference is, I asked, I was being a little bit indirect. I asked this person, self-diagnoses is not a reliable way of understanding if you have ADHD. And then when I asked this person, how do you know? And this person is like, well, I watched this person, they confirmed all these things, and therefore I must have it. I'm like, that's not how that works, right? It's very dangerous. It requires, because it's not very dangerous in the sense that perhaps you won't know in 30 years you modeled your behavior around something or use it as an excuse to underperform, etc. I can't predict that, obviously. However, when you operate on the idea that you confirm based on your suspicions, that is not, in my opinion, understanding, testing, and knowing that it is true. So when I think of things like, when someone describes to me why they like learning a language, a lot of times the things they describe are not the reasons, they believe are the reasons they hate school. Like, it's not my place to tell them, well, I don't see a difference between what you just described you like doing about your foreign language that you can't do at school. There must be some other explanation to why you don't like school. It must be inherently different from what you're saying you love, because there's a huge cognitive dissonance between saying, I love to do this, but not in school. Right? So there's got to be something else that deals with school that isn't the same. You hate school because you don't really like to talk in real life. There are some exceptions. Okay. Sit around a bunch of people and leave your house. All right. Well, that is certainly something that's different from studying a language in the comfort of your home. But here's something. I don't know if that's accessible where you are. I mean, you could have went to school. Oh, I imagine that's what you're doing now, right? But how is it going to be different when you go to France? This is very important. I like this because it'd be very curious if you have another way to go about it. Largely because there are times where when people say, oh, I'm going to have a change in environment and my luck will change. It's like, well, it can. Your luck could change intuitively. That's kind of like, for example, I watch a channel where you probably know which channel I'm referring to, but this guy likes to onboard people and ream them for poor financial adjustment, right? That's his bit. And the people that go on, they tend to do this thing where they're like, okay, so I'm just going to move to this country, which has better tax, better healthcare, or better school, or cheaper. But meanwhile, the core is that these people make financial decisions that are independent of what the financial systems are doing. So when you hear this and they're talking about these excuses and choices, and my only thought is, it doesn't matter where you go, you are the person, like they are the person that do not realize that their problem is independent of the confirmation bias that they have in systems. Like, for example, regardless of where you go, overspending, like a system that is cheaper, isn't going to stop you from overspending. Hating school isn't going to stop you from hating learning. When you say you love learning, and then, like, not you specifically, SD, there are quite a lot of people that I've encountered that I think there's a little bit of dissonance where they say they love learning, but then they hate everything about learning. They just love what learning, in my opinion, they love what learning results in. They love the results of learning, as in becoming good at something, the rewards of learning, without the love for learning. This is a little biased, but what does loving learning and loving the results look like? Someone who min-maxes language learning. There's a difference between loving language learning versus loving the results of learning a language. So the burnouts, the misguided like sustainability, they invest so much time on the results of language learning that they cannot sustain the process of learning, regardless of how efficient it is. You can throw the greatest amount of you hope by luck that this person is hoping in luck that their focus is that they keep putting their eyes on the prize and they pick the most efficient, shortest path to that prize so that they could hopefully keep sustainable and consistent until they get to that point. And I think it has a huge fallout rate, because regardless of how efficient it is, every method requires sustainability and consistency in language learning, at least. And that is to like learning. That is to love your learning process. It has to be long enough to ensure that the method stays consistent enough to get to the end. But over the year and a half, I think substantial number of people are more likely people who love achieving fluency or achieving progress in a language. They do not like language learning because they're doing everything possible to avoid having to think, work, or problem solve about the learning process itself. And that to me is like hating school, but not knowing why you hate it. Because being in school is part of the process. What you get out of school is also a result thing. And one thing that people hate school about is you don't learn anything useful, right? That you can hate school for because it's an end process. If you don't think it's useful, then there's nothing that's going to convince you that it's useful. However, a lot of times it's what's happening during the process that they hate, not necessarily whether the school is useful or not. In fact, a lot of times the people who find that they enjoy going to school, they actually end up learning to like things in school, regardless of what the end product is, which is kind of my weak or in a slightly nonchalant argument for being a balance of process-oriented thinking and goal-oriented thinking. It's not. You're just going because schools are cheaper and you always wanted to go. Yeah, see, that's hopefully you're gonna get out of your comfort zone, and you're going to try to get out of your comfort zone through as means of self-improvement. Fair enough. That's awesome. Given that you do have anxiety, it's not crippling but never comfortable outside unless you're with someone who can like ground you, kind of. I see. Like a rock, someone who's more comfortable, so you can have like you can bounce off them. Yeah, anxiety is manageable with practice. Again, well, like I don't believe people are unable to manage their anxiety. I don't want to like sound that people's complaints and emotions like I know what it's like, because I don't know how much anxiety. There's no way I can gauge how much anxiety you have, right? However, I can honestly say that it's not like people who talk really well or are great conversationalists or whatnot, like myself. It's not like that didn't come from a place of huge anxiety. And I didn't say I could get through whole school days without saying a single word when I was younger, right? It's not a competition. It's just I wanted to illustrate that managing anxiety, avoidant behavior does not make the anxiety go away. And I don't think the anxiety ever goes away. Like do I ever feel anxious when I talk about things? I do. But it doesn't manifest in a way that is crippling because there's management for that, or practice, if you will. And hating school, honestly, I know how this is gonna sound, but with practice, you can hate school less. Not like stop hating school, but you can totally, within your power, hate school less. I said this exact same thing to another kid right now, like another youngster that I've been talking to for quite some time. Sometimes occasionally we would chat in this space, but when people say like they hate their lives, right? Each day, understand it a little bit more. Try, or like, make some occasional incentives for you to try to hate your life a little less. Oftentimes life, when it comes to anyone who's younger than 18, when they mean life, they also mean school, because school is most of their life that they hate. So these things come up very, very often. School as the projection of all of life's hatred, and then whatnot. Obligation as embodiment, and carrying that into adulthood it's very tough for adults. Like when you get older and you're making larger and larger decisions, it may trivialize, in retrospect, the hatred for school, but I wouldn't trivialize school in that way. If you can learn to love or hate something less that is maybe not as important to you right now, I think things that come along later down the road will be far more approachable. Like, this is, I don't want to make it sound negative, but this is more of an empowering you can do it moment. To say that you can work on your anxiety now, imagine the opportunities the rest of your life will have, right? So if you address the things that are consistently negative in your life, even a slight change of those, and you extend it to 40 years down the road, even the smallest changes have magnifying changes near the end. So any step, it's one of those like human conditions. Humans do not have the innate intuition to know and appreciate the magnifying effects of small action across a long time period. So yeah, I most certainly feel that France is gonna be a game changer. Well, at least I hope France is gonna be a game changer for you. So the I hate school thing, oof, tough, very tough thing to overcome, or not even overcome, just manage. I don't think one can overcome one's own personal disinterest. They can they can compete with one's disinterest. So if a certain aspect of school is not interesting to you, what's a readily accessible way to make it interesting that competes with it? Yeah, you'll definitely work on hating it less. Yeah, that's probably what I say most of the time now. Like, someone, I think that's basically my beat over a dead horse kind of approach nowadays. When someone says I hate this, I'm like, can you hate it less? It's like, I love this. I love this. It's like, do you ever love it less? The reason why I say this is sometimes it can be very, very helpful to understand that there are degrees of things. Like, oh, this sucks. My life is the worst. It's like, was yesterday less or more worse than today, right? If yesterday was less worse, what made yesterday less worse than today? Can we start there? The all or none conditioning can be really, really tough to overcome. Like, for example, I'm an introvert. When it's convenient, and I'm an introvert when it's inconvenient. There's no in between. Like, oh, I want to be less social today and more social tomorrow. So what makes me want to be more social tomorrow but less social today? Instead of making it easy to explain and say, oh, I'm just an introvert, so it doesn't matter if I'm less or more tomorrow, I'm still an introvert. So there's no reason to distinguish between them. That's kind of like when we talk about language learning. There's no point in knowing the difference between unos and algunos, right? If they're more or less the same thing. Interesting, right? Interesting. How much do you like language learning that you can't also translate and relate it to how your life decisions are made? Like, what's my favorite meme for the gaming streamers? The gaming streamers, I think my favorite meme is someone's playing, right? Like they're playing, I don't know, Elden Ring or something, right? They're playing Elden Ring, and then a bug happens on the gamer stream, and then the whole chat just says, the whole chat's like, oh, of course there would be a bug. And then the streamer would say, yeah, this one bug, unplayable. This game is absolutely garbage. It's unplayable. Like this one bug, it's over. Like that worst game ever, because that's the running joke nowadays, in my opinion. I think it's pretty funny, but it's also kind of disheartening that why that's funny, largely because it only takes one thing to change the entire gradient of things. So like, what is it about school that you hate? And what is it about school that you're indifferent, maybe? And what is it about school that you kind of like or you can use? Because if you think you hate school and then suddenly make school irredeemable and not useful, and there may not be any actualizable things that you can improve. Like, you wouldn't look, I think often you are less likely to look at places of improvement on your lifestyle if you wrap it up into one word. So like, my life sucks. So therefore there's nothing worth working on in your life because overall it sucks. So there's no reason to focus on any particular aspect of life to improve. Like your language learning. Like, life sucks. I should quit language learning now. Because language learning is part of life now, and that sucks. I think I've heard a couple of people who said like, oh yeah, you know, they said they started language learning again, right? They started out language learning again. And I would ask them, so why'd you stop in the first place? And they're like, oh, you know, I burned out. And I'm like, okay, like, do you know like why you burn out and how you burn out so that when you start this time it'll be different? Like how what is it different this time? So I asked them, so why now? Why start again? Has something changed, right? Has the situation changed? And they're like, yeah, no, I just feel like I'm vibing, right? Like I saw this like manga again and it made me want to learn again. It's like, okay. What was it like? What started your language learning before? It's like, oh, the same thing. I'm like, okay. And my only thought in my head was, I really do hope that this person is taking a different approach, or like understanding the similarities that they're telling me. Like, it doesn't quite jive to me that they understand why is it that they stopped, or maybe they're just okay with it. I'm perfectly fine with that. Like, maybe they don't want to slowly change things up. That's perfectly fine. Some people may live to the rest of the end of their lives going through cycles of the same thing. It's kind of poetic in its own right. But for me, if you think you have ADHD, understand, like, for example, if you have social anxiety, a lot of times social anxiety is lumped in with ADHD. It's one thing to know what ADHD is and how social anxiety affects you. It's another thing to understand what to do with that information, right? As opposed to avoid it. And hopefully, maybe it'll be different in the future. But for now, my honest the goodness challenge most of the time is asking someone, how do you know that someone has ADHD? Because you certainly might know that you might have it, like if you confirm it, but that's confirmation bias. And then if you don't get evaluated by a third person, someone who actually sees another person, then I typically ask them, how do you know? What does that look like? And even I can't ascertain my own, but I can assure you that there are plenty of people who may surprise you. You'd be surprised as some people who the patterns you talk about, they know what that is like. But it doesn't look like, and it doesn't result in the things that you might think. So it would be cool if content creators were able to like illustrate this, but I don't think that's a very common thing because it's a place of weakness. A lot of times people see it as a place of weakness. I don't see it as a place of weakness. I see it as an excuse though. You sense a kindred spirit. So for the record, It takes years, right? Lots of practice and whatnot. But I don't think letting something like that win as an excuse is fun. I don't think life is worth doing that. You're giving, in my opinion, giving too much attention to something that most definitely you can manage. It's funny because I can shout out a bunch, I can list a bunch of content creators who you'd be like, some people are like, well, no. And then you know what happens? These people would say, nah, there's no way they could have this. Like, there's no way they're like me. They're different from me. Well, they are, but not in the way that you might think. As in, what I mean is the difference between someone who's incredibly successful and successful in the sense of them feeling good, doing things, and not being hampered by an excuse is not to say that they don't experience the same thing. You just don't see it. It doesn't present itself in the same way. So honestly, that's probably why I am very attempt as much as possible to encourage other people to be more proactive, like be interested in at least themselves. Like, if you hate school, you gotta be at least interested in why you hate school. That's you. You're not, if you can prove to me, like, you write down all the stuff's like, yeah, you're right, all that stuff definitely happens in school, that's all I ask. Well, that's the start of what I'm asking. If you can list in a cogent way and you just say all these things to a lot of people, you might actually have opportunities where that might not be true. It becomes an understanding, and that understanding almost makes it intuitive for how you seek other things. Like when someone says, I don't like talking to people. Why? How do you not like talking to people? And then the SD, I hope you don't, this isn't like directed towards you, but it might sound like it. An aspect of loving to learn a language is going to be that. So in any way, if your love for language learning can bridge that, that problem, it might not be a problem for the rest of your life. The whole idea of learning a language involves communicating with other people, right? Maybe not in IRL, maybe you can circumvent that in some way, but just like for me, Squints takes of it. Here's my thought. I thought of a gag, right? Sometimes maybe you just don't need to see the person, so you bring a book along, right? This is a pure joke, but what I'm seeing is, how can you put on blinders? Not literal blinders, but blinders. It's kind of like you meet someone and immediately you put like a book to the person's face and you start talking to them, right? Is that much more different than making eye contact or seeing the person's face? So then you can determine if it's not necessarily occupying the same room, but it has something to do with a nonverbal communication. Like, there are really fun little experiments that I would be really happy, like, be interested in doing if I had a problem, which I did, quote unquote, problem with talking to other people. Nowadays, I probably not, but the idea is, gotta explore that. Not crippling, but we'll see. I would love to hear how you go about it. These are really fun little anecdotes. There were times that people didn't know I was in rooms. Like, I think I went through like 3 or 4. When I went through high school, I had a friend who we were friends for 1 year. And then the next 2 years, he didn't know I existed. But it's not because it's not just because he lost track of me, I also didn't speak at all. So like you could argue like, oh, that person, you could blame that person for being disinterested in you so that they no longer be your, not your friend anymore. But you can also make the argument that you could have done more to keep that friend interested in you, right? So there's one aspect that you can't control, but there's also another aspect that you can or work on. And even if that friend doesn't stay with you, all of the experience that you put into understanding how to keep that friend interested in you is skills for the future. So instead of thinking about like, oh yeah, like one of the aspects of school that happens a lot is I hate school because everyone's like, I don't know, a boomer or something, or no one understands me. Like, okay, so if no one understands you, what did you do to get people to understand you? And that's where it stops most of the time. The conversation just ends there. Like, well, I try to tell them that I like these things and they think it's cringe. Okay, did you ask them why do they think it's cringe? Right? Let's just say these people are receptive people and you want to be friends with them, right? And they're like, well, they don't want to be my friends, so they must think it's cringe. I'm like, well, if you expressed yourself and you asked them why it's cringe, regardless of whether you're going to be friends with them or not, or they have potential, eventually your friends will tell you why it's cringe. Like, what I mean is, it's so difficult to communicate to a person that the things you do to try to make the situation better would probably still exist if you were good at doing it in the first place. So for example, if you don't have anxiety and you're extroverted, what are the things that you have to do to make friends as an extroverted person? If you sit down and make those lists, they're going to be surprisingly overlapping with an introverted person that has to make friends. So the idea is, if you say you're introverted, so therefore you have to not do certain things in order to make friends, and you're like, oh, extroverted people have it differently. They definitely do lots of things differently. Well, no, not really, actually. It's quite overlapping, because communication, interpersonal communication doesn't change whether you're introverted or extroverted, the mechanics of it. So like, you still have to sit in the same room with someone. You still have to go to school and share a space with someone. The feelings might be different. So you could learn to express it differently, right? And here's the kicker, right? If you express something and they think it's cringe, well, they're not going to be your friends. Only in the long run, your friends are the ones that either think you're cringe or not and still be your friends. But you still have to do that act. So the idea is, whether you are introverted, ADHD, have anxiety, it's surprising when you ask someone, what does that look like for a successful person to have what you want? And it would be lovely to have people talk about these things. Like, someone who has crippling social anxiety, they ask someone else, maybe someone they look up to, it's like, man, you have a lot of friends. What is it like, and what is it the things that you do to make friends? And it would be actually fairly sobering to find out that they probably do an incredibly not so dissimilar number of things to achieve it. So what is a person who lacks focus? Like this guy to ADHD because they don't learn a lot in class because they lack focus. 5 minutes. I think I can pay attention to something for 5 minutes. But I make it work. I mean, you might be thinking, well, that's not true. You learn Hanzahiro, you're like on Wanikani and Hanzahiro for 1 hour a day. It's like, but I'm thinking of something different, like for less than a minute. if not less. The task I'm doing is the same. Like, the task I'm doing is repetitious. That's mechanical practice. But I'm not thinking about the same thing. Like, right now, this discussion and this digression is a series of different ideas put together, not the same ideas put together. So it is very different. It looks different on the output, but I would say that my attention span is really, really below average in the long run. It would be an understatement if I said I had good attention span. I know kids who have great attention spans, at least in my opinion. And boy howdy, like, I can't even see myself ever playing some, like, for example, playing video games. They keep talking about like ADHD has a less focus and whatnot, and like, what am I doing? That's kind of one of the mechanical understandings I have. Like, do you think that my anxiety somehow disappears with all the years of practice? Not necessarily. I know how to manage my anxiety, and my anxiety comes from my innate anxiety comes from understanding that I have ways to mechanically practice how to do things. Like, how do you say hello to someone? How do you greet yourself? And that kind of thing can help out a lot. But I don't think you inherently ever... I don't use wishful thinking. And I don't think other people need to. But don't take offense. But I think since you love French stuff quite a lot, right? That goes a long way. So your love for something is, in my opinion, a great way to overshadow and or even convert something that you might dislike. I didn't know you hate school, by the way. May I ask why you hate school back then, SD? And, like, is it still the same thing now? You just don't really like to talk to people in real life, and that's why you hated school back then? Oh. But what you're doing that now, technically. Well, okay. So it's just the idea of having physical being around you. That's interesting. And this isn't similar, where you have to like defend yourself and talk to another person. It's kind of interesting. Nope, you're just silent in your room typing feels different. I see. What is it that makes it different from here? Like, say this might sound a little creepy, but say if instead of having this, we were using a VChat, right? Like, then you know, you would know that someone has vision of you. Like say like in a Discord call, you would do like a video call. Does that change up the anxiety when you're in a room but you're not like physically in the same room? Oftentimes I ask this because it can be a step, like a broader step towards normalizing that type of anxiety. You don't have a camera for that reason? I don't know. It just feels weird being seen, if that makes sense. Fair enough. So, the reason why I'm saying that is because one of the more obvious things that makes someone anxious is the idea that you are being observed by other people. So like when you're sharing a room with other people, especially a lot of people, those people have free, unauthorized view of you, right? So it's not, it might not actually even be about speaking to other people. That is the core of it. It can be attached to the idea that you are being observed by other people. Like for example, streaming. Technically, I'm being observed by whoever is curious, right? But for those people who are very similar people who say they have social anxiety, they don't have issues with that, where they are more willing to have a large, vast exposure as a person than even being in real life, being in like a room. And one of them is accountability for being out of their element is the difference here, where what I encounter, this is not to say you do or the other person do, it's what I'm observing as a friend. The environment ends up being the thing. So the school environment was sufficient enough. It's not the talking or the sharing a space. It's quite literally the environment of the school. So like if you place them in, say, a diner or like a, I don't know, an arcade, that person no longer feels that same anxiety. So they were able to like, well, at least I was able to maybe suggest that it might be something very particular about those things. I don't know if you've tried any of these things. Oftentimes, this isn't necessarily exposure therapy. It's more like a systematic trying to figure out what is it. Because sometimes the classroom just sucks for the person. It's not even the people occupying the classroom. There are other times where here's one thing. You can bring a part of that environment with you, and that kind of ends up being a source of comfort for like various different people. But sometimes bringing a laptop that represents what they use in the room offsets that anxiety of being here. The reason why I say this is because doom scrolling and like not paying attention to class and using your phone, that's usually the default way of getting that feeling. So if you can't be in your room right now, what's the closest thing to being an activity that you do already in your room that's normalizing your behavior? Your smartphone. Because there are people who doom scroll in their own room doing all this behavior. So they are likely to default to these behavior when they're in an uncomfortable situation, when the other part of their environment do not have control. Why I say that is because now imagine yourself doing that only intentionally instead of passively. So like, how do you change the doom scrolling into something else that's in the classroom? That's kind of things that I like to pick people's brains about. Like, are you willing to, if you have anxiety now, is there anything you can bring from your room or your room environment to that's like integrated, right? Like that's obviously something you would bring to classroom that makes you offset that anxiety. Like sometimes people think about eye contact, so don't make eye contact. How do you do that? There are ways to not make eye contact while talking to people. Like right now, I'm not making eye contact with the camera. I'm just saying. I'm secretly using an AI filter that, no, I'm kidding, but this stuff does exist though. I'm secretly using an NVIDIA driver that makes my eyes look at the camera even though I'm not looking at the camera. I'm actually looking at the camera right now, but you can, there are ways to like not technically, something that's kind of helped but maybe a little weird is wearing sunglasses. I see. That's not weird at all, honestly, but you'll have to fill me in on what you end up doing. I don't think that's weird. Do you think it has something to do with how like exposed you are, if that's a word? I think you might know what I mean when I say exposed. Like, I think a lot of times the thing about crowded places and whatnot is that there are so many onlookers. You can be seen. So giving you any aspects of being unseen or hard to see, like for example, wearing a hoodie and a hood, wearing a cap, maybe even a face mask, or like sitting in the back of the room, right? Sitting in the back of the room, and then obviously not saying anything. It happens. I hear me out. I'll give you a personal anecdote. In my first 18 years, you do wear hoodies a lot because they make you feel better. Oh, that's good. That's a good one. Have you tried like comfortable socks and whatnot? I'm not joking, by the way. That's actually a real thing. I don't know if you can wear hats in your school or anything, but sometimes a comfortable hat makes a great thing to make yourself settled. But here's an anecdote from me. I used to always sit in the back. Whenever I have a choice, I always sit in the back, right? And then when I went to college, one of the first things I did was I sat in the front. And I sat in the front because I wanted to make a friend. Now, yeah, sitting in the front kind of sucked because you're always visible to everyone behind you. And you can't see anyone behind you, right? That's kind of one of those things. I think sometimes I would say trying to find something that's equally, maybe with a hoodie, a beanie, and your sunglasses, you might be fine. I see this a lot though. It might mitigate the discomfort. Yeah. And hear me out. Hear me out. When you're mitigating the discomfort, one can take that opportunity to work on the sources of discomfort. So what I mean by that is one day you're like, all right, I'm gonna remove my beanie or something like that. So this, in my opinion, is like the strategy of taking everything you know that makes you comfortable, and you're stacking it in an uncomfortable situation as appropriately as possible so that it gives you the opportunity to work on your discomfort. And I do feel, instead of making excuses and not making proactive decisions, those are proactive decisions. And if there's anyone that will do that as a friend, like for me, when I talk to my friends, whenever they say, oh, today sucked, it's like, tell me about it. How do you make the day less sucky? What happened today? Hit me up with that stuff. So, and then they say, this thing happened. So what are you going to do next time? Can you like do this instead, and it will minimize that? And then try like stack it in your favor. Like you have to work out and then you hate how you feel after you work out. How about adding a little like grape, or what else can you do to add to the end that makes the workout make it more look forward to or something? Like this is more of a accessibility thing, but oftentimes buying new shoes specifically made to run, just the act of buying the shoes and being able to use the shoes was something that someone liked because they like wearing shoes. So the first thing, it's you might be thinking, well, duh, shouldn't this have come to them? It's tough when you're in an emotionally compromised situation. When someone says, oh, I hate running, but I have to run for my health. And meanwhile, I have a friend who says, oh yeah, but I absolutely love shoes. Like they talk about, I asked them, what do they like? Like, what do you like? Because I get to know them about their likes. So what prevents you from just buying new shoes for running? Because if you buy new shoes for running, then you're gonna want to run in your new shoes. So what happens is the things that work can be brought into the things that don't. So the question is your love for language learning, especially French, is going to catapult you into a social butterfly? Who knows, SD? Keep me posted, okay? In the next 2 years. I want to know if your love for language learning suddenly makes you into a tolerant social butterfly. Who knows? But it is very possible. It is very possible. My love to explain things is probably the reason why I no longer fear a public place. Okay. I still have anxiety. Like every time I step into like I cough. I kind of like cough a lot when I'm about to head to a public place. I haven't talked about this too much, but I do have respiratory problems, like biological respiratory problems, but they get exaggerated, and I think it's a psychosis thing. But so I tend to like breathe erratically as I get closer to doing something. But the moment I get into it and do that thing, I've developed, like, I've gotten practice, so much practice in that environment that the moment it starts, that anxiety goes away. It's not not necessarily that I don't experience that anxiety, but there are so many mechanical things that have been worked on over the years that once it gets started, it kind of goes away. It's kind of one of those things you hear a lot of times, like, oh, I'm so nervous to give this public speech in front of 100 people. But then you've practiced it so much, or like you've witnessed all the ups and downs because of trying. Sometimes trying goes a long way. You get up there and you do it, and it's like, I don't even remember what happened, but I did it and people liked it, and then that's nice. But that's pretty. I can picture you with a hoodie, a beanie, and some sunglasses. I had classmates like that all the time. Actually, I used to like TA and sit in classrooms and whatnot. And the people I'm describing is because I take a look. I'm the person that's gauging the like proctoring. Like for example, a lot of times TAs proctor exams. And exams would be taking place in an auditorium with like 800 students or something like that. It's not 800, like 300, 400 students. So they would like be scattered, and you would have like 5 different proctors, and we would walk around just to make sure like kids aren't cheating and whatnot, or answering questions. Largely we're running around like answering questions when they have it, because a single teacher or like 3 professors can't handle surveillance of 300 or 400 students. And you can clearly see people who are so comfortable, and that's kind of nice. Like, I swear, some of these people, they're literally in their sleepwear, and I think that's kind of a neat way to go about it. So I can totally see you walking in, grabbing the seat closest to the exit that you entered, you entered, and you're just like completely masked up. Meet a new friend then, and then find the other person. Hear me out. Find the other French person. It would be really funny if you do. Find the other French person that also wears a hoodie, a beanie, and sunglasses, and ask them why they're wearing a beanie, hoodie, and sunglasses. You're making do with what you have. Honestly, the more you understand, this is my personal take, a little biased. The more you understand about why you do things, the more likely you're going to be able to find other people who also you can break ice with. And in my opinion, that's a great way to start up your journey through, like, yeah, okay, still get anxiety all the time, but hey, I sure know how to pick out people to talk to. I think that's a little different too. Like, I talk about charisma a lot of times, and I really, when I see, sometimes, I'm not sure if you've ever had these situations where you're around professionals and you clearly know when someone walks in, you clearly know who's that guy that can talk to everyone in the room. Now, that's well and great. Like, I really appreciate, like, those are rarities. But there is also an alternative to address, like, public rooms and big rooms. If you understand yourself very well, you can probably pick out the person you're more likely like, okay, that table looks good. It has these filled situations. And that one person, that's our guy right there. So when you were talking about sometimes unless you're with someone who can ground you, I specifically do that for maybe like 6 or 7 years of my life when I left to go to college. The first thing I did was, okay, well, that person has all the criteria, but they're doing a weird thing. They're sitting in the front. So you know what? I'm just gonna go and sit there, because if there's anything I can do is I can understand what I look like to myself, and I can pick someone who is more like me. And it might not always work out, obviously. There are times when the idea is you become more and more consistent as you focus on that type of thing. So to me, when someone says they don't have any focus and they don't want to do anything about it, that's perfectly fine. Or they hate it and they're disinterested. But there is one thing that I try to lean on as a last resort, sort of, is your interest in your own success, right? I don't want to be like going too morbid about this, but there are more individuals that I've encountered over my life that can't do that, be self-interested enough to want to do that, to be self-aware and whatnot. But I think if you like the privacy of your own home, like being alone and not interacting with IRL people, there's so much information in your room right now, or so much information in your daily life and routine that you can probably extrapolate and apply in external manner, like outside. And personally, I used a lot of those particular strategies, but I wouldn't say I could demonstrate that without literally being in that room. So some strategies would be, my laptop used to be a part of my room, so I always use the same laptop that I bring to the room that I'm at. It creates a center point for comfort. And of course, right off the bat, I learned what I am like as a person, and I immediately try to see what is the easiest way to identify a person like me. It doesn't have to be successful at first, and it can be incomplete. But the thing is, if you have to be in a room with people, you gotta at least pick a room that is pick someone that's remotely like you. That gives you control. At least that's how I go about it. What makes the internet, like what makes Twitch and like Twitch, YouTube very comforting. You get to choose things that you know that interest you and know about you. So I know it's less controlled in a real life environment, like a classroom. But sure as heck, I think most people who are on the internet are smart enough to know what they like. Now, how do you translate that to a hypothetical situation in a classroom? Know more about yourself. Like, heck, if I see someone with an anime shirt, I'll just probably sit next to them. It's more than sitting next to a stranger who has a plain black t-shirt. Unless you're into that, I actually sit next to people who have plain solid colors more often than printed stuff. But that to me is leveraging what I feel people who are introverts, like if you understand, right? If say you understand the behavior of being introverted, maybe even ADHD or whatnot, some of the behaviors that identifies an introverted person can be leveraged. Your attention to detail, your attention about all the things that make you uncomfortable, but you can leverage all the things that make you uncomfortable with all the things that make you comfortable. So when using all of that self-interest, hopefully self-interest, you can probably be a lot more successful at identifying people you would interact with in a public environment. And that, to me, this is not professional advice. Anecdotally, that's what worked for me. So now my socialization skills are not necessarily dependent on that. However, if I have to, you go to a party, I really am terrible with parties, like people who want to celebrate. I'm not a very celebratory person. So I would sit there, and the first thing I would do is scan the room, that table, the odds of those 3 out of 4 of those people, I'm okay with that. Go there. Here's even a crazier situation. I'm not sure if you're probably gonna experience this in the future, SD. Going to a friend of a friend's wedding, or going to a +1 in a wedding, and you're the only one that's outside of, like, you're like one of 4 people of 50 people that have any connection with everyone in the wedding. So what do? There's gonna be a friends table. So immediately I spot the friends table. I'm like, there I am. Let's go. So the reason why is I might be telling myself, oh no, but these guys know each other, right? They gotta know each other. It's like, no. We're at the friends table. Let's start with the obvious question. Hey, how do you know the groom? Because this is the friends table. So how do you know? And hear me out. In my last wedding, in this situation, the other 5 to 6 people know each other. And I'm the only one that's outside of the friends table. But it was still less comfortable. Like it was still more comfortable than saying I can't do anything about it, so I might as well sit in the corner and like be miserable. I think that's kind of what I'm getting at. In fact, okay, this has backfired most of the time. Or for a while, until I got a little better at it. Now I'm usually the guy who sees another person in a corner, and I am more likely to approach them, to get them to approach having a, like, enjoying the moment. So back in the day I used to do that, but it was more off-putting, so I'm not like as good at it as before. But nowadays I'm not even the guy who's uncomfortable in being the only guy that no one knows, but I kind of like going towards the person who's in the corner, who feels like they are so uncomfortable in their skin, and we just go for that. You can totally be that guy, because in my opinion, if you end up being good at doing this, you are also likely going to be pretty decent at seeing when someone else was like you. And then when there's someone like you, you kinda am already great at saying things by chance, not as professional advice, as chance, that whatever you say is kind of relatable regardless of what you say, because you, or in this case me, was a very similar person. So fast forward like 17 years of difference between us, or something like that. Like, we have a gap of like at least 15 years between us. That's what I look like, that was me back then too. So that's what I mean by when someone says they have ADHD, they lose focus, and then they don't want to talk to someone because they might feel uncomfortable, because they would say, oh yeah, none of my other friends or the other people in the room feel like they have anxiety or something. My honest thought most of the time is, do you think that there isn't anyone in there that hate school because they can't focus on something that they don't like and not obligated, go find that person. There's probably someone in that room. If there isn't, sometimes we get unlucky, but I'm telling you, statistically, you're probably going to be able to find them if you actually understand yourself well enough. And that's kind of the thing. Going around saying you're this because someone else tells you so, not really enough. Not really enough. And I always feel a little bit disheartened when someone says, nah. I was told that this is the problem I have. So instead of trying to do something or changing it, they drift. They drift in life. Got it. You're obviously not one of them, SD. You're going to France. So, in fact, I don't think I've ever made a larger life decision than you have up to this point. So I'm not sure who has social anxiety here. Is it me or is it you? Because the last time I checked, I didn't decide that I would move to another country. Perspective here. Just saying, like, I couldn't even contemplate doing that if I were your age back in the day. In fact, I didn't even know how to travel back in the day. The whole New Zealand thing, it was because the college sorted all of that out, not that I decided, let's go. So that's already super impressive to me. Like, yeesh. I don't want to make you nervous or anything, but hearing what you're doing is far more anxiety inducing for me than anything so far that I've done in my life, because I didn't do it. So there's that. How many people do you think decided that they would move from their parental country on a whim of academic exploration? Pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. Anyways, thanks for another opportunity to talk about things at your expense. I appreciate it. I just wanted to tell you, it's really fun to hear younger people going about living their lives. If there's anything that YouTube is chock full of, is young people sharing very, very fantastical life decisions in their young life. My choices weren't as extravagant. It's not a competition, but it certainly wasn't as adventurous.
Tenemos una reserva en un restaurante muy elegante esta.
Yes.
¿Vamos? No quiero llegar tarde.
Está bien. No. ¿Dónde están las llaves de mi motocicleta?
Tú nunca sabes dónde están tus llaves. ¿Están en tu abrigo?
Lynn busca en su abrigo.
No están aquí.
¿Están debajo de tu cama?
No están debajo de la cama.
¿Están en tu zapato?
No, eso es extraño. No sé dónde están mis llaves. Vamos.
No, es demasiado tarde.
Lo siento.
Está bien. Yo puedo cocinar algo para la cena.
Lucy abre la puerta de la nevera.
Lynn, aquí están tus llaves.
The refrigerator. Reserva. Zapato. Single shoe. Busca. Sabes. Restaurante. it's always kind of rewarding to get these like review stories where they introduce these stories way earlier, but there's always like a few words in there like, oh, we haven't come across this, and then now when you come back to it, it's like, oh yeah, now we have all the words.
¿A ustedes les gusta la música italiana?
¿A ustedes les gusta la música italiana? Oh, why did she suddenly... Zadi is always like a rap goddess or something.
A mi hermano
le gusta el fútbol. Lorena le gusta... ¿Eh? Le gusta mirar películas. Son of a bee sting, ah? Oh yeah, that's fair. I was telling myself, don't forget the ah, and I forgot the ah. Pasar con María. Pasar tiempo. Tiempo. Siempre. Tiempo. Con María.
¿Qué?
¿Qué comida?
Comida. Te.
Love.
Encanta.
Sure.
Ana, ¿te gusta mi falda nueva?
A ti te encanta el fútbol.
¿A tu hermano le gusta el baloncesto? A tu le hermano.
Oops.
Gust hermano. ¿A tu hermano le gusta el baloncesto? Hermano. ¿A tu hermano le gusta el baloncesto?
A él le encanta tu regalo. A él le encanta.
Tu regalo. A mí, do I need an a mí? No. Okay.
Me encanta.
Me encanta.
Mi dormitorio
azul. Okay.
Me gusta.
Me gusta esta ventana. Oh, me gusta mucho esta ventana.
Ventana.
Okay.
Me gusta.
La música de Madonna. Okay. All right, Jose. Jose no le gusta. Oh, wait. Do I have to put an ah in here? Let's just say Jose. Jose works too. No le gusta jugar. No, tocar el piano para la familia. Spell. Okay. A Lorena le gusta mirar las películas. Son of a, it doesn't matter. Ah. I want to flip a table now. Time to flip a table. I want to be specific. Heck you.
Mis
padres me llaman los domingos. Yep. Okay.
Rafael y Ana nunca nos escuchan.
No se escucha.
Mis hermanas
nunca nos ayudan. I just like, my brain stopped focusing.
Carmen va de compras mañana.
Carmen va de compras mañana. Okay.
Mamá,
Mamá, ¿la camiseta roja es para mí?
Este sombrero cuesta 19 pesos.
9 pesos. Este sombrero cuesta 19 pesos. Ok.
¿Quieres?
¿Quieres comprar
Comprar.
comprar algo? ¿Algo para mí?
Para mí.
La maestra me enseña música.
Rafael me enseña francés los lunes. Rafael
Me enseña francés los lunes.
Francés. Los lunes.
Gabriel me enseña alemán.
Gabriela me enseña alemán. Alemán.
Gabriel me enseña alemán.
Las secretarias nos ayudan en la oficina. Las secretarias.
Secretarias nos ayudan en la
oficina.
Oficina. Yeah. I don't know what I was saying. Rafael y Bruno nunca me llaman. Me llaman.
Nunca llama.
Okay. 19. Ellos nunca me escuchan. Son of a... Oh no. Oh, it's us, not me. Oops. I didn't read the end of the sentence. ¿Quieres ir a compras hoy? Send help. ¿Quieres ir de compras hoy? Okay. Oh, good. Papá, me gusta mucho dibujar.
15, 16, 17.
Quiero
comprar un sombrero para ti.
Ellos nos necesitan ahora.
La tienda
abre en media hora.
El maestro no nos conoce. Maestras.
No nos conoce.
Esos señores no nos conocen.
I saw what I did. I accidentally clicked on the plural. It was just el maestro. I don't think there was more than one. I'm pretty sure I didn't read the end of that English. Or like the end of the noun. Esos señores no nos conocen. Okay.
Felipe, estos pantalones son para ti.
Okay.
Felipe,
estos pantalones son para ti. Okay. Nunca está cansado. Cerrado.
Esos señores no nos conocen. Señores nos conocen.
Señor, ¿usted abre hoy?
Mi padre usa size. Oh no. Maybe like una talla. Do I need Do I need an article? Maybe I don't. Ae DSC. Or is it the other way around? DSC says. Oops, I've got the accent. Okay, I didn't need the article. It's fine. El niño quiere dibujar un perro.
Mi padre nos visita muy a menudo.
Oops, very. Él nos visita los fines de semanas. Yeah, semana.
El maestro no nos conoce. El maestro no nos conoce.
Yeah, I clicked maestras. Okay. Okie dokie. ¿Cuánto es? No, ¿cuánto ne? ¿Cuánto cuesta?
Cuesta.
Mis hermanas nunca nos ayudan.
Nunca what?
Mis hermanas nunca nos ayudan.
Oh.
Mis hermanas nunca nos ayudan.
Quiero buscar trabajo en una tienda.
Oh. Okay.
Este camarero me conoce. Este camarero me conoce. Este camarero me conoce.
Okay.
Los maestros no enseñan alemán.
¿Los $15 son para mí?
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Los $15 son para mí.
Okay. Oh, that's a question too. Whoops. Just $1? El dolor. I put it either.
¿Qué nos compra papá?
What?
¿Qué nos compra papá?
¿Qué nos
¿Qué nos compra papá? ¿Qué nos compra papá?
I swear I did not. Is that what it's trying to say? ¿Qué nos compra? Oh, yeah. Wow. I couldn't hear compra because it got overpowered by the papa. Weird. Weird.
Mamá.
Mi mamá. Mamá me... Amor? No. ¿Ne? What? Hello? Oh.
Quiere.
Oh.
Mucho.
Oh, just quiere, huh? You're only good enough for quiere, huh?
No te llamamos a menudo.
What were you saying?
No te llamamos a menudo.
Llamamos. Llamamos. A menudo. Yo no conozco, te conozco bien.
Bien.
¿Qué?
¿Necesitas $16?
¿Necesitas 16 dólares? I don't know why I'm sounding like that.
¿Necesitas $16?
¿La camiseta es para ti o para mí?
Yo te llamo mucho.
Tu madre te compra la ropa. Tu madre te compra la ropa.
Oh, I missed the la
Los
entirely.
pantalones son baratos también.
Baratos. ¿También?
Los pantalones son baratos también.
Okay. All right.
Ella no me ama.
No me llama. ¿Me llama?
Ella no me ama.
Ama. My listening skills are not good. Not great. Not great. Okay.
Yo sé todo.
Yo sé todas las respuestas.
4.
¿Sabe
usted dónde está Juan? Hola. ¿Vive en el Hotel España? Nosotros sabemos dónde está. ¿Buscan el...?
Buscan.
¿Sabes la edad de tus padres?
Yo sé edad. Necesito una respuesta. Respuesta ahora.
Mi hija no sabe esta palabra.
¿Sabes? ¡Ah! Sabe.
¿Cómo?
¿Cómo se escribe? ¿Cómo escribe perro en español?
El niño aprende muchas palabras en la clase.
Palabras. Pablo. No lo sé.
¿Sabes cuál es la respuesta?
¿Sabes? Wait. ¿Sabes cuál es? Okay. ¿Sabes quién vive aquí?
Quiero saber tu nombre.
We don't know her age. Nosotros no sabemos su edad.
Nosotros
no
sabemos edad.
Ustedes saben.
Sabemos.
Okay. All right, we're
Mi
good.
hija no sabe esta palabra.
All right. Las chicas nadan en la piscina ahora. Yo sé cocinar carnes diferentes. Okay.
Yo Sé.
Cocinar carnes diferentes.
No sé cantar.
No sé cantar esta canción. Yo siempre manejo a mi trabajo. Trabajo. Julio, what are you doing, Julio? ¿Sabe? Julio conoce a una camarero de hotel. Ella sabe hablar muchas lenguas y puede ayudar. Mis hermanos siempre cocinar la cena.
Mis hermanos.
Hacen. Intriguing. Oh, and it's not even okay.
Cocinan.
Cocinan.
Siempre
cocinan la cena.
Cena.
Interesting. Hacen. Huh. Nosotros no entiendo. Entendemos. Or sabemos. Oh my goodness. I guess either. Right? Entendemos or sabemos. Okay. That's fair. I'll take it. ¿Sabes cocinar? Juan quiere ir a Japón, pero no sabe hablar japonés. Solo hablo español. Ay de mí. Womp womp. Yeah. Nosotros cantamos. Yo no no sé. Tú conoces a alguien. Sofía canta la música o en clase de música. En la clase de música, probably.
Sofía.
Sofía canta en la clase de música. Tú no sabes nadar. Okay. Rafael no. Oh. You cook very well. Cocinas muy bien. ¿Tú?
¿Por qué no nadamos hoy?
¿Por qué no nadamos hoy? Okay.
Rafael,
tú cocinas muy bien. ¿Sabes quién quién está en la cocina? Mi hija no sabe esta palabra.
Nosotros sabemos cantar en 2 idiomas.
Sabemos cantar en 2 lenguas.
Nosotros sabemos cantar en 2 idiomas.
Dang you. How dare you? We'll write the whole thing. Practice, practice, practice. Oh, they removed Joel. I guess that's redundant.
Sabemos.
Sabemos donde, even too redundant for Duolingo. Sabemos dónde están los niños.
¿Dónde? Es niño.
Él sabe cocinar carnes diferentes. Nosotros cantamos con el maestro.
¿Sabes cuándo es el concierto? ¿Sabes cuándo es el concierto? ¿Sabes cuándo es el concierto?
Okay. Let's add a pronoun here just for kicks. The heck? Oh, they want ustedes. Okay.
No entiendo estas palabras en francés. No entiendo estas palabras en francés. No entiendo estas palabras en francés.
I swear it's different.
No entiendo estas palabras
I
en
can kind of hear it.
francés. No entiendo estas palabras en francés.
Okay. Oh, wrong accent.
No.
What? What? No. What? No, what? Wait, what's going on? Oh, no sé.
Sé cuándo es el concierto.
Mi hija sabe cantar muy bien. Mi hija sabe cantar muy bien.
Okay. What? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, we can skip it. Nailed it. Okay. Alright.
Quiero saber las respuestas.
Quiero saber las respuestas. Okay.
Quiero viajar a China, pero no sé hablar su lengua. Para mí...
¿Sabes nadar?
Mi mamá canta, me canta en la noche.
Nosotros. Sabemos.
Cantar
Dos.
en dos
Idiomas.
idiomas.
Yo sé cuándo es la fiesta.
Me gusta aprender lenguas diferentes.
What?
Me gusta aprender lenguas diferentes. Me gusta aprender lenguas diferentes.
Estamos en la misma estación.
Mi hija no sabe esta palabra.
Yo no sé dónde vives.
Yo no sé manejar este carro.
Mis hermanas saben manejar bien.
Pablo, no lo sé. No lo sé. Okay. All right. So we got in our little thing. This was a shortened, yeah, this was a shortened unit as well. Oh, chitty chatty. All right. Cover our evening stuff. And then we have, I'm gonna spend a little bit more time. We're gonna play a little bit. Catch up on some tiny folks. Maybe complete a run or two. Okay, so what do we have here? We have only 2 podcasts? Wow, there are 3 podcasts here. Okay. So, interest. Unenthusiastic introduction. I don't see how that... Oh, say what you can do. Okay. Odd one. Unenthusiastic. Unenthusiastic introduction? What the heck? Okay. Cooking skills. Intriguing. Cooking skills fit right in. Sure. And then probably talk about like what can or cannot do for the enthusiastic. At the pool. I guess we can do run stuff. Or swimming and stuff. At the pool. At a pool. And then we have adventure. What do we have here? Art gallery accident. Intriguing. Unenthusiastic introduction. Sounds like maybe a Lucy moment. And then cooking. cooking skills. Lynn? Because Lynn lacks cooking skills. At the pool, probably Lily, because pool sounds like socializing and socializing sucks. And then art gallery accident. Feels like a junior moment. But anyways. Alright. That's a wrap for Spanish today. We got in a little chill, an opportunity to talk about like life things. Right. That's a wrap for Duolingo Spanish today. As always, if you watch this later, muchas gracias. Always feel free to leave a comment, right? Drop your hot takes. Feel free to discuss or be ready to discuss. And if you ever feel like it, stop on by live. I have plenty of time to digress, much like just now, about trying to, exercise self-awareness. I think giving power to things you can't control is not worth your time. Not worth your time if there's anything fundamental about life, right? And other than that, yeah, for those who are only interested in Spanish, right? Hasta luego. Take care, stay safe. I'm gonna do one last activity today. We're gonna go for like 2 or 3 hours, maybe try to squeeze in some runs. I don't know how long these runs take. I actually think they take longer, but we'll see. I'll be back with Tiny Folks. Gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be back. Thank you.